So, of all of the tabletop role-playing games that you know of or that you've played, all of the worlds that they take place in, if you had the option to live in one of those worlds, which one would you choose? So, like, you could live in Galarian, or you could live in the world, which I guess would be the real world of Delta Green, but it's got all the Delta Green stuff in it.
United
like any
States of America.
tabletop role-playing game world, like Warhammer 40k, you could live.
I
You could
would
live
want
in
to
that
live in
world.
Warhammer 40k
So,
world.
I guess
that
my
sounds
question,
awful.
my question to that is, though, is this a trick question where we are an NPC or are we like a PC?
Yeah, that's a big difference.
Because they'd be like, oh, I want to be in the Star Wars universe. It's like, you're just a random guy, but good for you.
Yeah, you exist among
You have no
billions of
power,
other
right? You're
people in a meaningless galaxy. Life is pretty
I
much
teleport in and I'm
unchanged
just a
for you.
stormtrooper. It's like, great.
Yeah.
That is a big important part of it. We'll say you start off as a PC, but you start off at level 1.
Okay.
You gotta work your way up.
Gotta work your way up.
That's a tough question.
The reason I ask is because I was talking to Sarah, and I had the epiphany that I would absolutely, under no circumstances, ever want to be a Delta Green agent in my life.
No, you don't. It's so bad. So when you brought up that question, my first thought was DG and how I don't want to live in that world. Yeah, it's terrible.
And thinking to Galarian, it's like, oh yeah, the world has magic, that's all cool, but the world also has undead and demons and devils.
Verifiably, like, evil incarnate,
Horrifying.
terrible beings, literally
Aberrations.
bent on
A
your
gelatinous
destruction.
cube. I don't ever want to see a gelatinous cube in real life.
I kind of do.
But I don't want to live in Starfinder because I don't like space. I don't want to be in space. So I probably would just, like, of the ones I know, I probably would choose Galarian, but it's like the lesser of many evils.
I've asked this question among my gamer group friends before, and I think I have determined the best answer is any world with sufficient VR. Because it's basically like cheating at the question, because you can live in a world where you can go anywhere in all these fake universes and then have no consequences, right? And that's the other most interesting one was the Star Trek universe. They wanted to...
That would probably be my pick.
Yep, they wanted to live in a utopian future society where they could devote their life to the arts or the sciences. I thought that was also a really good answer.
Yeah, Star Trek definitely would be my pick. Absolutely.
I think I would still pick Galarian, just because it is the most interesting to me, and I'm sure I would not survive very long, even as a first level PC.
Yeah.
But there's that degree of the like fantasy adventurer leveling up in the guild type of a thing, going out monster hunting. I don't know. Sounds like that'd be fun.
Being a member of the
few months that I survive.
Yeah, being a member of the Pathfinder Society, I think would be fun if like you were like had some access to divine healing. I think that would be like a fun thing to do. Go around with brave adventurers, going and exploring the furthest reaches of the known world. I love that kind of stuff. It's the same thing as Star Trek, though, the Final Frontier.
Yeah. Yeah. All of the exploring the unknown, as all of you are currently doing in the Fangwood.
Yes.
Dangerously and living on the edge.
Vicariously, I'm quite comfortable with these days.
Yes, luckily you don't have to do it in real life.
Right, yeah.
But, speaking of what your characters are doing, going over last time, they had all cleared out the remainder of Fort Nunder, bypassing all of the traps, and it was a bit hit and miss, but eventually getting past the golems without technically really ever attacking them. Like, they never took any damage at any point, though they did do damage to you. But you were able to figure out ways to bypass them and pretty much clear out the vault without as much danger as there could have been. Upon leaving the vault, the trolls were gone. They had ransacked the place, but they seemed to have given up on waiting as you were in there for like 2 or 3 days. But you did see a strange creature outside that at first you thought was much smaller than reality, but Aaidan was able to peer through the darkness of the early morning and realized that it was a creature known as a rock, which, despite being practically an infant, was already his size if it were to be right next to him. But it flew away before he could do anything else. You then had a little bit of a discussion and ultimately decided that you would go directly to Fort Trevally after Aaidan sent a message with one of the nearby forest creatures back to Mistholm. And you traveled for most of that day. I can't remember the exact time that I said you got to where you're at now, but I think it was somewhere in the early afternoon. Say 1 o'clock, we'll say. Just after the noon, because you guys had woken up, left the vault at like 4 or 5.
It was this would be super early, because our time was off.
Yeah, your timelines were all screwed up from being out of the sun for like 3 days. So you traveled for a solid 6-7 hours and got to this point where you heard the faint voice of someone crying for help, or trying to cry for help, and you immediately decided to rush out and find who this is, if they needed help, and if you could help them. And I can reread the scene here to put us back into where we're at. You all ran up to this wide glen. You see low hills, tall trees surrounding a secluded glen where only a few patches of short, tough grass grow in the dirt. A human man in gray and green poncho lies face down in the center of the glen, several small arrows protruding from his shoulder. The man rocks back and forth with something clutched in his hands, a grimace of pain on his face. And as you approached, you kind of got to the edge of this glen you were peering in, looking at him, and you could see that he was like in your direction. He was looking towards you as best he could, reaching out his clutched hand with whatever is being held in it, and he was kind of gasping for breath as he pleaded with you, and he said, "Please take this before it's too late." And that is where we ended last session. So we'll just jump back into where you're at there. So the 4 of you are kind of at the edge of this glen. The glen is like 30 feet long, 20 feet wide, so it's a fairly wide glen. And as I said before, due to the canopy in this area and the surrounding trees, it is dim illumination. Even though it's like noon or early afternoon, like the height of the day, it's still dim illumination in this glen. But you see this guy there. He's kind of holding out his arm towards you. What do you do?
Can we get us back on that map where we were so we can get a sense of distance between us and him?
Sure.
Thank you, good sir. So where in relation to this would we be coming out?
You're kind of... I'm trying to ping it here. I think you can see it. You're kind of right in this area by the trees.
Of course he's in the middle of the wide open glen.
That's what I said.
I'm reading the
course
book
he
here.
is.
It says in the center of the glen. So
Yeah.
I put him in the center of the glen. That's what it says.
Are his legs broken?
Escaping danger by leaving the forest. Like,
You can't tell the extent of his injuries from where you're at, but you do see the small arrows protruding from his shoulder. So he is definitely wounded.
And he's not a hobgoblin. You're sure about that with a ranger cloak? It's
Correct. Yeah. You don't even need to roll. He is human, wearing
Interesting.
gray and green poncho. Yeah.
Without saying...
He looks exactly like the rangers that you saw when Jessup first met you guys, that he was with the other 2 that had been killed in the ambush.
Yeah.
He looks just like that, except clearly not dead.
And Serio, who we met and was alive.
Also, but he was a halfling, so he doesn't look like him.
That's true.
As we joke, Jessup said Malthuni the whole time, and he killed the rangers you guys found. It was the hobgoblins. Just kidding.
Wow.
That
That's not
escalated
good.
quickly.
Aaidan,
do you want to pull out your bow and shoot at him?
Yeah,
Isn't that?
that's what exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
That's
So-
the MO, right?
Roll an attack. He is prone.
Yeah.
He gets a bonus to his AC.
Okay,
Yep.
yeah, it's fine. It's fine though. I get so many attacks at this level. It's fine. No, Aaidan, without words, will go ahead and take a double move, and then will attempt a heal check as he runs up, and he's like holding something out.
Yeah, he's got his arm. His arm is outstretched, and his fist is like clenched around something.
Wait a
So
minute.
Aaidan is running up.
Wait a minute.
What?
Pot. Who is that?
Yeah, who's that guy?
Who is?
Oh.
Who is that?
Oh.
That's Kieran. I don't know what you're talking about. He's
Since
been with you guys for the whole time.
when did he turn into a Final Fantasy like 14 character?
That's what Jason said too. I was looking through I found on Reddit somebody posted a link to a bunch of like Pathfinder Kingmaker backgrounds that you can make for your characters on the game. So I was just flipping through and I got to him and I was like, his like face, like obviously Kieran doesn't wear armor and doesn't have a sword, but like his face fits my image of Kieran more than the other image did.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm gonna switch it over.
Mine
It's
too. Yeah.
still not perfect, but I like it better than the other one. He's not as much of an edgelord, I don't think. He's just more of a video game.
You know, if
No, trust me, if in Final Fantasy, that guy's definitely an edgelord.
If you keep it up, Sarah, before long, you're gonna be like, you know what? It was only $120 to get a full portrait, so I figured, you know, I'm supporting local artists. It's just, you know, you're gonna go
just
down.
gonna change it every day and have a character with more and more like facial hair until it's like a full beard.
So Jessup would have kind of tried to grab Aaidan to. I think he's kind of cautious or suspicious of the just terrain, but
Okay.
Jessup will kind of like move forward but look around with the very crappy perception check and try to see if there's anything suspicious.
So I assume as
so
he.
Aaidan is going to double move up to the guy.
Yeah.
Jessup is moving a little bit forward and then doing a perception check.
see
Kieran and
trees.
Frampton, what are you guys doing?
Is moving up slower than Aaidan, but trying to like bridge the gap between the groups.
He's
Okay.
got a thing outstretched. You said.
His arm is outstretched and it's clutching something like tightly. It's almost like when you're holding something tightly for too long and your hand just gets like
Yeah.
clamped up.
Mhm.
It looks like that. It looks like he's holding it so tightly that he it's just his hand is shaking as the muscles are vibrating as he's just clenching it so hard.
Aaidan will say, "Don't worry, I've got it. But first, let's take care of you." And he'll pull what it is out and kind of like wave Jessup over.
Okay, so that's what Aiden's doing. We have Jessup, Kieran. So Frampton, what are you doing? You rolled a perception there. Are you just moving along with the same distance as Jessup there?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Just hanging back.
Kieran, did you want to roll perception as well?
As well, just to take a glance around with a 21.
So we
Just
have an
clearly
11, a 23,
distracted
and a 21
by
perception.
Kieran's abs.
Washboard, newly drawn and painted.
Newly-
Newly rendered.
Now all I imagine is that Kieran actually draws on. He doesn't actually have abs. It just takes a marker every
No.
morning and draws them on.
Part of
He has
his.
a white shirt.
Wait, that
Yeah,
explains
yeah.
so much. That's why he casts Festivity, whatever that spell is.
Fastidiousness?
Yeah, exactly. So that it doesn't mess up and get dirty. It's like a tattoo, but not quite.
So, within 11, 23, 21. So with a 23 and a 21, you guys are looking around you. You're looking at the tree line, looking in the branches of the trees. It's dim lighting, so so Frampton is fine, but Kieran, it's kind of hard to see some of the distant areas. But you don't see anybody in the branches, like hiding. You
messy
don't
out.
see.
I'm gonna go let it out real quick. I'll be right back.
For context,
It's like- Sorry, it's just flying
Yeah,
up against the glass.
I almost started the session with that, saying that I have brilliant ideas for encounters now.
Yeah,
Given
right?
how he reacted to this bee on his desk.
yeah, prior to the
Wasp.
session start, he had this giant wasp right by his desk. It was just
It was
chilling.
probably like that big.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he basically reacted as a party of adventurers would, coming up with all these different possibilities for bypassing the encounter.
He trapped it, but now it's time to release it.
Yeah.
He's a kind soul, couldn't bring himself to kill it.
I could just see that he goes out with his like the cup and stuff, and he opens it, and it flies back into the house.
It really flies on his shirt and it won't leave.
It's like, ah! Freaking out.
Guys!
Immediately stings him.
Classic.
I'm good.
Are you still alive?
I am, I'm good.
I hope that you're not allergic to bees.
I am not.
Okay.
That's good.
Could have been way worse and potentially more entertaining if you were.
Catch it live on Mildly Heroic.
Where the stakes are
Anyone going
raised.
to anaphylactic shock?
Yeah,
You will tonight!
The stakes are raised. It truly
Can I
is
roll a
life
heal
or
check?
death circumstances here.
Okay. Yeah,
Sorry
so
about
the two of you are looking around and you don't see any figures hiding in the branches or behind tree trunks. Like, you don't see an ambush like it sounds you're expecting. You don't hear anything. However, when Aaidan goes to get up to this guy, he gets closer and he gets to like within 5 feet of this guy, and he's about to like reach out to grab whatever's in his hand. Aaidan, you can see the look on this guy's face shifts kind of from pain to fear as he's like looking past you, and he immediately, his eyes dart to the rest of the group, and he says, "It's behind you, hurry!"
Oh, no.
And Frampton and Kieran, I'll roll over those perception checks. And Aaidan, you can roll one
Yeah.
now too if you'd like.
He wouldn't have earlier, but if he does that, he'll be like, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah, I guess Sarah's. So, do you turn around?
So
Yeah.
did he say that loud enough for all of us to hear? Or is it more of like
Yeah.
a whisper where only
Well,
Aaidan heard it?
it's low, but it's quiet enough in this area
Yeah.
that like you can still hear it,
As
especially
per-
with a 20-something perception. You're hearing it.
As per my description, he had like taken whatever it was and then like waved Jessup over, so he would have turned to look that way, and then as he's saying it,
Okay.
he would have picked his gaze up to see.
Yeah, so you look behind you where you came from, and you can see in the distance, maybe 60, 70 feet behind where you were in the forest, you see a mote of light kind of floating in the air. And then second one. And
No.
third one.
No, we don't. We don't.
No,
see that.
what?
A third one?
And a fourth one.
A fourth?
When,
No.
when you say
No.
mode of light, what?
No.
What do you mean? Like,
You see 4 motes of light floating in the forest behind you.
I
It
just had a
appears like they are
TPK to one of these things.
It appears like they're slowly getting closer. What do the 4 of you
Or
do?
are you sure?
He says
It.
they're it's behind you. Hurry. What are you all doing?
Hurry!
I-
Hurry! What?
I feel like Jason just likes our backups more than these characters.
Justin knows. Can I get a knowledge quick on these guys to see if Aaidan's freaking out like I am?
Sure. Go ahead and roll me a knowledge.
Is it nature
No.
or
Well, give me a second.
planes?
Give me a second.
I don't want
Just
to be right.
just
in
roll an intelligence check, and I will tell you.
Maybe a magical
Well,
beast.
if we're rolling a monster lore, Jessup's gonna roll his nat 20.
If that's a magical beast, we
Plus
are
stuff.
2 higher, though I don't think it is.
Can we still roll it even if we don't have the knowledge?
It would be, well, yeah. You can roll an intelligence check, and I'll.
Is it a
I'll-
knowledge nobility? Because I've got that.
No,
Yes.
no, it's not.
Is that no? It's
Wow.
actually it's Sir Four Knights of Wenzel.
All right. We all rolled banging. Oh, sorry, Jessup. Spoke too soon.
Jessup has forgotten how to use language.
I'm trying to look through my knowledge, like which one's it gonna be?
So, but look at this. Like, Aaidan has a 0, rolled a 17. Frampton has a 2, rolled a 12, so we got a 14. I have a 0, I rolled an 18, but poor Jessup rolled a 2.
I went to spellcraft to look up the knowledge check rules. That's not.
That's not where you go.
That's not what I meant to do.
Yeah, that would be the wrong section of the rules.
Yeah. So, with those checks, like, so Aaidan and Kieran, what knowledges do you have?
They only have Arcana and Nobility.
I have Dungeoneering, Geography, Nature, and 2 ranks invested into Religion.
You know what you don't have?
Planes.
A two-handed sword.
Actually,
does.
I do!
The last one he did.
Get wrecked! Oh, who's so loser now?
You're right.
Oh,
You're right.
it's embarrassing.
Aaidan gets all the good
So-
loot. Can't get a rapier to save
It's
my
not a
life.
two-handed magical sword, if that makes you feel better.
Yeah, it's just masterwork. I didn't get that hunt sword.
It's
I was
just
hoping
well
for.
made.
Well made.
So, Aaidan, you're looking in that direction and you see these motes of light, and it's difficult to tell. They are 60 feet away, so, and through all of the trees, so you can't get a good view of what they are.
He'll ask the guy.
You have an idea. The closest you've heard stories of like motes of light that float around, known as will-o-wisps.
Oh, no.
No.
But you're not sure. It's too far away. They're giving off a lot of light, so you don't know.
Doesn't this guy have arrows
are
in
they?
him?
He does.
He does.
Yes.
It's a will-o-wisp that has a fighter, a couple
Are
of
they?
fighter.
I was gonna say, are they mind controlling?
So what are you guys? So
Captain
I'll go down the
stealth.
line. Jessup and Frampton, what are you two doing? You're closest to these lights. Are you sticking where you're at? Where are you going?
Well, if they're behind me, I guess Jessup's going the other way.
Okay.
It's the same.
So, but I
Frampton
guess
would
he's
fall
gonna
back here.
he's gonna run back over. I think we gotta go. I'm not really sure what's behind us. My intelligence is not helping me at the moment.
Okay. Kieran.
Kieran's going to 5-foot step as like turn around to face them, draw his glaive, and just total defense. That's a
Okay,
full round action.
so
I don't know, but
Kieran
he's-
is drawing his weapon, getting ready for combat. Okay. Aaidan, what were you doing?
He was asking the guy, what is it? As he turns, and I think he's going to consider running away or fighting, depending.
Okay. So you ask him that question, and the moment you do, you hear the faintest sound of an arrow flying through the air and embedding itself into this guy. A very small arrow into the back of his head as his head erupts.
The execution shot. Goodness.
And I need everyone except Frampton to roll me a reflex save.
Should I roll sanity? I mean,
If this were Delta Green, yeah.
My cure light wounds. Can I put them back together?
You
No.
could try.
Oh, is it because I'm 20 feet away?
you can certainly try.
Oh no.
Reflex, you said?
Reflex save.
Real quick, remember the rules for sniping. Do I need a perception check to notice which direction the arrow came from?
It came from over here, the opposite direction of the lights.
Well, that's not good.
Oh,
Hey.
war.
Okay, so we have a 13 reflex from Aaidan, 23 reflex from Jessup, and a 9 reflex from Kieran.
Pause. I thought we were going into a real nice roleplay scenario.
I told you. Oh yeah, I knew this last
I
time.
was prepping
Come
for
on.
like, hi,
Don't
how are
listen to
you? We're here to help.
So-
We're looking for help.
As this arrow hits the back of this guy's head, and his head kind of erupts, Jessup, you're able to kind of sidestep enough to avoid this, but both Aaidan and Kieran, you get some of this remnants on your arms, and you look down and you see very small creatures, like parasitic creatures, begin to burrow through your skin.
Oh no! Oh no! No!
And
no! Oh,
I
no.
need initiative from the party.
What is going on? There's like so much.
Oh, there's so many things at once.
It's like will-o-wisp. Somebody's sniping. We got some bugs.
Well, while we're rolling initiative, I will cue up some battle music on our good old Sirenscape.
Who? That was that amazing head squash sound provided by Sirenscape?
It sure was.
How about
yeah,
that?
I was gonna say I can't get Sirenscape to work. Like it's up, but like I don't hear anything.
Oh, really?
Oh wait, didn't we have that happen before? What did I have to do?
It was going
Yeah.
through your speakers, not your headset or something.
Or you had to make sure you weren't you didn't mute that because it has
Yeah,
a volume
I'm
slider
good.
as well.
I'm good now. We're good.
Okay. Okay.
Because it was going through my speakers.
You don't
not my
miss the
headset.
amazing
Thank you,
sound
Sarah.
from.
Sirenscape. Not a Sirenscape.
Sirenscape,
Okay.
Actually, amazingly convenient to use. Justin just, it's Justin.
Yep.
User error.
So 23 for Kieran, 20 for Frampton, 14 for Jessup, and 12 for Aaidan. I want. So top of the round, we have Kieran. I need you. Roll me a knowledge dungeoneering check. Do you have dungeoneering?
I do not know.
Okay. You do not recognize what these parasites are, but they begin to burrow and eat the flesh on your arms as they kind of begin to get into your skin here.
Oh, this is actually awful.
I need you to roll me a fortitude save.
Put up your arms, I can heal them back.
Do you know what saves are not the best for sorcerers? Number one,
Funny
reflex.
thing
All
about
of
Number
it.
two,
sorcerers.
fortitude. 15.
Oh,
That's
that's
not terrible.
15. Okay. You take
My heart is beating out of my chest.
I really don't
You
like
take-
this encounter.
1 point of con damage.
We don't even know what we're fighting yet.
Hard damage! Oh my gosh!
Really bad.
Everybody's backups ready, right?
Yeah, I
And it
realize
is your turn. I'll just tell you. I'll let you guys know. This is going to be bad.
Great.
Your
knowledge checks are going to come in key.
If I was Han Solo,
Don't
you
put
would
that.
say
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky
you would
Bobby.
you would say that I have a
Don't
bad
you-
feeling about this. You could say if I were Han Solo in this
So-
They would
scenario.
tell me the odds.
If I don't have the knowledge, is there anything I can do? Can I try to roll a heal check or anything to know
You
what's
can-
happening?
I'll let you try to roll a heal check in lieu of a knowledge.
With my plus the 0, get ready for it, a 6.
There's bugs in my arm.
You don't know.
Well, that's not true.
you
She
know
knows
that-
that he's bleeding at the arm as a consequence of bugs eating him.
Yeah. You're not sure exactly what these parasites are, so you don't know what the proper measure would be. You could try any number of things. You could try to just burn them off, though they are burrowing into your skin. That would hurt a lot to yourself.
Yeah.
You could try to cut them out, but again, you'd have to be cutting out a little bit of chunks of your skin there. But you could try that. You just don't know if that would be at all effective.
Right.
Oh, just think about that from the mindset of Kieran though.
Yeah.
And if he tried to take a knife and just start slitting your own arm, no, you can't do that. You'd pass out.
I mean, it's pretty edgy, so I don't know.
Oh,
Slap
that's
your arms on your abs.
That's true.
I guess the first thing, realistically, if I put myself in his shoes, he's gonna try to wipe them off or scratch them off, and I don't know if
That makes it worse. That might make it worse.
Yeah, I don't know, but that's
what he would
what
do.
he's gonna do. He's gonna jump back and see these things, and he's gonna try to claw them off.
You go to start clawing them off, and you're wiping off all of the flesh remains, and you're getting some of these parasites off, but there is one that has already gotten under your skin, and you're not able to you're trying to scrape it out, but it's just burrowing deeper in. You're not able to just rub that one off.
All right, well then, free action. He's going to grow his dragon claws.
Okay.
Oh,
And
cut off its
And-
own arm.
he's gonna dig in there.
Gonna try to dig it out.
Okay.
Do I have to roll an
Uh,
attack against myself?
Heal checks.
You
It's a
don't
surgery.
have to roll an attack on yourself, but it would be a heal check to try to
Yeah, you're preferring
surgically remove this thing.
Right. That's what you're doing.
That's different than the heal check I just rolled.
Yeah.
Yeah, the heal check you rolled before was to identify it. This would be to
A 9.
get rid of it.
Yeah.
A 9. Okay, so you take 5 points of damage trying to slash this out of your arm.
Like regular damage, not
yeah,
con
regular.
damage.
Can I advocate?
No.
Guys,
Gosh,
this
that
is
would be
going swimmingly.
No, not 5 points of con damage. Just 5 points of regular
Is it-
old damage.
Can you use a dex in lieu of a heal since you're trying to be dexterous as you?
No, this is
It
very
wouldn't have
strict
mattered.
rules of how it works.
It would have given me an 11 over.
Right.
a 9.
I just meant for future rolls in case you tried again. If
And
you
keep
can.
in mind, you might have to look up the rules for it, but I believe every point of dex damage you take, you lose 5 hit points. Or your
Con.
current and max go down by 5 or something. You might have to look that up, but
X or con?
Con,
Oh,
he
right.
means.
con damage.
I'll say that's crazy.
No, con. I think it works like when you lose a modifier of con, you lose that many levels worth of con. You don't have that.
Ability damage. All right, so damage to your Constitution score causes you to take penalties on your Fortitude saving throws. In addition, multiply your total hit dice by the ability damage penalty and subtract that amount from your current and total hit points.
Okay.
Lost hit points are restored when the damage to your con is healed.
So your current and total would actually go down by 6.
Oh boy.
So it does go down right away for each point.
Yes.
That's bad.
It's bad.
Guys, Kieran's gonna die tonight.
That's bad.
I
It's
can't.
because you switched his icon.
Yeah.
I know.
You got
I knew
emotionally attached
Yep.
and tried to do something fun, like find a better image that suited your character image. Now he's
You
gonna
do still
die.
have a move action.
Shut up. you still have a move action. He's so
Why did I move up? Why did I move closer?
Well, Jessup moved up.
I didn't move
Frampton
up.
had the right idea. So
I don't know.
This is a terrible situation. You've got motes
Frampton
of
was
light
one
over
square
here.
away.
You've got arrows over here. There's exploding men here. Like
Exploding.
he's just gonna
men.
stay where he's at, I guess. Actually, just to get out of any radius if it explodes
Right.
again, he's gonna step back.
Okay.
Smart.
Next up in the initiative.
Okay, I'm actually getting that like sick feeling in your stomach and like a heart's starting to pound a little bit.
It's called
Yeah.
It's called nauseated.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Nervous,
This,
anxious.
Let's just say this stat block is 1.5 pages long.
Wow.
That's the
It
step.
is-
I don't know why they felt the need to add an exploding guy with con damage and other encounters, because the exploding guy on his own was probably
Right.
enough to kill.
Just
some
wait
of
till
us.
Little
We already had a double
at round
encounter.
3.
Yeah, so you made it a triple encounter. Now that's cool.
It's yeah.
But I'm
It's a
not,
heck of an encounter, this.
yeah, I'm not playing basketball. I'm looking to live.
Okay. We're gonna have an arrow come out towards Jessup here.
What do I do?
It's just
Do we have an
roll
arrow
this.
sound?
Well, I'm waiting.
Thanks, guys. Just make the
To see if it's
Yeah.
a hit or a miss.
shot.
That is a 12 to hit,
Oh.
flat-footed.
Oh,
Because you haven't
Actually,
acted
see.
yet.
Probably not.
flat-footed is 15.
Hey, there you go.
So a very small-sized arrow goes just past your face, Jessup, and hits the ground next to you.
Kieran.
What?
It's Kieran.
It's Kieran,
Because he's
yeah.
behind him.
It hits the ground next to you, and that will be that. We will now move on to Frampton.
Where's it coming from? This direction?
Over
That
here.
the arrow came from over this direction. Yep,
All right.
to the opposite side of where the lights are coming from.
Frampton will... Frampton?
Frampton will Frampton.
Frampton's gonna Frampton.
Classic Frampton.
Move there. And then... I don't know, perceive? Try
Okay,
and
roll
figure out if he
perception.
can see anything.
Yeah, roll perception. You don't see anything in that direction.
Alright.
There are no creatures over there.
Alright.
There are.
You do still have a standard or a... You could move more.
Oh, listen, Adam, you could move more. You could go into the trees by yourself if you so chose.
Yeah, it's your choice.
Technically, perception would be an action, though.
That's what I'm saying. So, like,
Yeah.
that's kind of how I took it, was that perception was an action. Like,
Yeah.
his action was, like, looking into
Yeah.
the trees.
If you're actively perceiving versus just
Yep.
like trying to notice
Yep.
something.
Right.
So that is your turn, going over there, looking for this assailant, not seeing anybody. Next up in initiative order is Jessup. Also, Frampton, if you have knowledge dungeoneering, you can roll it as well on this.
Oh,
effect.
I do.
Please do well, buddy.
11.
And I have an 8, so I rolled a 3.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you're not sure. There's elements of this that's familiar, but you're not 100% sure just from seeing the effect and not, like, you're not close enough to them to really analyze it, so you're not sure what's going on with them. Yes, so moving on to Jessup, you can roll knowledge dungeoneering as well.
Yeah, so Jessup will run over in this direction to get away from the exploding bodies and the arrows. I told you guys I had a funny feeling about this. Here, let me see. So I will roll my dungeoneering. So I have a dungeoneering of 7, and I will roll my lore master nat 20 for a 27.
Ooh.
That is how we do it. That's the once per day ability.
That's the only reason you guys brought me along.
Yes.
That may save you guys.
I thought Jason was saying, and that is not enough. I'm like, oh, you guys are so dead.
Pause.
And I am not joking.
Yeah, how's it
So-
it feel, Brandon, to be the one who knows? Isn't it kind of fun?
That's how it usually works.
Yeah.
So, got some reading to do here. You identify these parasites as what you believe to be a rot grub infestation. So, this is the general bit of infestation. So, parasites, so this is general, parasites such as ear seekers or rot grubs cause infestations, a type of affliction similar to diseases. Infestations can only be cured through specific means. No matter how many saving throws are made, the infestation continues to afflict the target. While a remove disease spell instantly halts an infestation, immunity to disease offers no protection, as the infestation itself is caused by parasites. So, again, it is like a disease. You make fortitude saves, but there is no save. There's no cure. This is the specific bit about rot grubs that I will explain now. Rot grubs are nauseating parasites that feed on flesh and nest in corpses. Generally, a handful of grubs infest a single corpse at a time, and a perception check is enough to notice and avoid the grubs. Otherwise, 1d6, this particular encounter is slightly different than how it would normally be, but otherwise these rot grubs swiftly burst from the carcass to burrow into the creature, which can attempt a reflex save to avoid the grubs. It's in a 10-foot radius. Any amount of damage reduction would give immunity to this. I don't think any of you have damage reduction. Once rot grubs have infested a living body, they burrow towards the host's heart, brain, and other key internal organs, eventually causing death. On the first round of infestation, applying flame to the point of entry can kill the grubs and save the host. But this inflicts 1d6 point of fire damage to the victim. Cutting the grubs also works, but the longer the grubs remain in a host, the more damage this method does. Cutting them out requires a slashing weapon and a DC something heal check, and inflicts 1d6 points of damage per round that the host has been infested. If the heal check is successful, 1 grub is removed. So basically, Kieran failed his heal check to surgically remove this. Next turn he can try again, but he'll be taking 2d6 points of damage. The round after that, 3d6 points of damage. Every round that he's been infested, he takes more damage trying to get this out, unless somebody else does it for him with a better heal check. But they'll still be dealing another 1d6 for this round at least.
So how do you get it out with fire?
That's only after the first round. His round has already happened. You could do it on Aaidan.
Because this is still just... You're saying because my turn happened? We haven't elapsed a new round yet.
Yeah,
I was top of the round, and Jessup is bottom of the round.
Not
Okay.
bottom.
If you can find a way to deal fire damage in this round with a single standard action.
And not with a single standard action.
Yep. It would take a full round action to draw out, and then another full round action to light a torch.
Well, I have the Wand of Burning Hands,
Right.
but
But-
I didn't pull it out, so I'd have to take my
Right.
standard action to draw it.
A move action, right? Or did you
He
move?
moved
Well,
to get
I
back.
Yeah,
already
but
moved.
he moved.
And he wouldn't have known that he needed it, else he could have pulled
He would
it.
not have known to draw it out beforehand. No.
I don't think.
Now, if he had
I-
quick draw,
Yes. Give it to me.
It's not gonna help you. Well, how do you want me to do that?
No, it was
Yeah, Aaidan runs over to me, quick draws it out of my hand. I don't think it works that way.
yeah.
So I kind of shout that out that, we probably as soon as a hit needed a hit with fire. Unfortunately, I think we're gonna bypass that. So, Aaidan, you need to get over here and try to help Kieran get that out, vice versa. Frampton, you go handle the one shooting. I'll give you guys some motivation. We kind of look at Kieran. He'll be alright, kid. And I'll, not huge, but I'll hit him with one of my Cure Light Wounds spells.
Okay.
Just
So-
trying to help.
Yep.
keep a little bit
You
better.
give a Cure Light Wounds spell. I don't think you even have to roll because the amount of damage he's taken is only 5. So your minimum healing would get him up to max.
I don't know why I can't. Roll D20's acting up. I tried to click it for healing. I can't see the chat. Did my heal thing pop up?
Yeah, it healed
you rolled
for
a
12.
7,
Yep.
so 12. So
Okay.
back up.
I guess I didn't realize you were not that low, but oh well.
Well, yeah, he took 5 points of damage, but then the rest of it was because of the con. That doesn't heal.
Oh, okay. You're right. I got confused with that. Right.
Yep, no, that's fine.
I overhealed you.
Uh,
You're welcome.
Bottom of the
panicking.
round, we have Aaidan. Aaidan, you can roll a knowledge dungeoneering as well. I'm sure Jessup would have conveyed most of this information to you, but you have knowledge dungeoneering. Okay, 18. You also have a general idea of rot grubs and how they work. You probably heard them from Aubryn, just kind of mentioning one of the many dangers that she has encountered. And you know that in her experience, it was an extraordinarily dangerous situation.
Oh, she's encountered them before.
Potentially, yeah. That's probably where you would have heard it, at least.
Okay, so I was really looking through if I could get fire this round, but quick draw does not work. It only works with weapon things, so it wouldn't work. And quick stow, which allows me to steal items quickly, will also not work because I don't have use magic device.
Yep.
Which leaves me
What's your heal skill?
with a chance for the heal skill. I have a 6, but
See, there's a chance.
I could get the Surgeon's Tools as a move action, which will give me a circumstance bonus.
Okay.
So I will attempt that, I think. And let me look up Surgeon's Tools real quick.
Yeah, I think they just increase what the healer's kit gives you.
Oh, do they? I thought they
Yeah.
gave like a specific thing when you're trying to like cut stuff out.
When used in conjunction with the healer's kit, surgeon tools raise the kit's bonus to a +3 instead of a +2
To
on
treat-
heal checks to treat wounds or deadly wounds.
So they wouldn't work in this scenario.
Correct.
So it's just the healer's kit to get the +2.
Yeah. Make sure the healer's kit also does it on that.
Yeah.
Healer's kit, this collection of bandages +2 circumstance on heal checks in general. Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah, healer's check will work.
Okay, so in that case, I will go ahead and just pull in a +2 miscellaneous modifier, and that's from the healer's kit,
Okay.
which he'll spend a move action to pull out, and then attempts to cut them away because he knows he can't make fire quick enough. So the way I see it, like as he's envisioning it, so he like takes out the healer's kit and like with the bag of supplies kind of just brushes off a bunch of them with his arm and then tries to get a specific tool and cut any out that are left as quick as he can.
Yep. Go ahead and roll your heal check. Roll well. Okay. Roll to 21. DC 20 heal check.
Holy... Kieran, you're gonna
Welcome for
die!
that healer kit.
Yeah! Jessup saved...
Jessup coming in clutch.
Yeah.
You take 2 points of damage
Yeah, as he cuts
as
into-
you're able to extract one of these rot grubs from your arm and throw it to the ground. Looking at your arm, it looks like it was just the one.
Yeah, so he brushed off enough of them quickly when he did the thing, and then there's just one that he got with the surgeon's tools. Okay.
Looks like it. However, at the top of your round, you would have taken that 1d2 con damage.
Do I get
1 point of con damage.
Do I get a fortitude save for that?
Yeah, actually, I was skipping all over. I was skipping straight to the heal check. So you get a fortitude save.
So I don't.
24. Okay. You are able to resist taking the point of con damage.
Yeah, he got it quick
So
enough.
you're good. You caught it in time, so you just take the 2 points of normal, regular damage, and you think you're fine. But you look over, and Kieran has clearly still struggling with his arm.
Good God, those two ranks at the heal also paid off. That was a flavor choice. I'll 5-foot step
Yeah.
over and try to get in.
I was reading over the infestation. I was like, if they don't catch this, like if they don't make their knowledge check to know what to do, and then if they don't catch this within the first couple of rounds,
It gets really
they're
bad.
they're dead.
Yeah, you die.
They're just dead.
Yeah. Catching it with
One-
fire is the best thing that you could
Yeah.
possibly do.
1d2 con damage per round gives you an upper limit of like 10 rounds.
Yeah, that's generous. Yeah. Yeah.
So you move action, pull out the healer's kit. Standard action, you take out a tool and you just clip this thing out from under your skin, breaking and cutting a little bit of your own skin and part of the muscle as well, but enough that you're able to get it out. You then 5-foot step up towards Kieran.
How
say
many
anything?
uses of a healer's kit would that be? One?
It
two?
wasn't to treat deadly wounds. I don't think it takes a use.
Okay. Good. Because we don't have a whole lot of
You only have one use
We-
now.
we have-
If I were to expend them, it would only be one left.
Yeah. That's my whole turn, though. Move.
Okay, yep. Do you
Uh,
say anything as you step up?
Yeah, like, I'll do what I can, Kieran. Hold still. And he'll, like, move to the arm where he sees where it burrowed in.
Okay. Next up, we're back to the top of the round. Kieran. Maybe a fortitude save.
We should pull a Josh and just delay, like he was hanging off the edge. I'm just gonna delay my.
You take another 1 con damage.
Oh my
Alright,
god.
chipping away. And this time my con actually goes down.
Yeah, you're now taking a penalty on things because of you've hit 2.
So that's the funny part about taking con damage and then needing to roll fortitude saves,
Yeah.
because it just gets worse and
It
worse.
spirals.
Like,
Yep.
like I said, if you don't get it in the first few rounds, you're done.
So my only, like, if I try to carve it out myself is when I would do 2d6 to myself.
Any attempt at the heal check, you would do 2d6. I would allow you to ready an action to aid Aaidan in his heal check on you.
And then just a quick question. This is not technically an inhaled or ingested disease, right?
No, this is an infestation.
It's not even a disease.
It functions like a disease.
Yeah, that's why I
And
asked.
remove
because
disease
he
would
says
work.
remove disease would have an effect. Like, the reason I ask is because fastidiousness gives you a bonus on ingested and inhaled diseases, but
Gotcha. No,
I didn't think this would apply.
yeah.
Mm.
It
That's a
even
good
says that
question, though.
immunity to disease, like a paladin or a monk's immunity to disease, wouldn't even work.
See, that's why paladins are too overpowered for this game.
I said it wouldn't work.
Oh, it wouldn't work?
Wouldn't,
Okay,
yeah.
never mind. They're still too overpowered for this game.
You know how they
They
wouldn't
probably
work?
passed their saves. Let's be honest.
they
but-
would.
Yeah, that's true. They would pass their saves almost
They
guaranteed.
would pass their saves.
I guess, yeah, my only option, because I don't want, my heal is a 0, so I'd have to roll a natural 20 to be effective, so that's not a gamble I want to take. So I will seeing that Aaidan had success with his, I will ready my action to aid him should he try to help me with
Okay.
The way I vision that is like you're prepping like something to bite down on or something like you're getting yourself ready like to literally have your arm cut into and not flinch too much.
Yeah, and I think I'm trying to see with my claws if I can.
Are we allowed to take a 10 on a heal check for aiding in this situation?
Not in combat.
No, not in combat.
I didn't think so. I'm just making sure.
Actually, bards can in some circumstances when they reach level high.
Well, yeah. On knowledge checks, they can. They might eventually be able to do it on all skills, but
Well, and that's how Jerome just got probable path, which allows him to take 10 on any skill check once per day.
yeah.
I'm going to. I think like growing my claws is a free action. I think
Retracting
putting them away is a free action. It doesn't say.
Presumably.
presumably.
I will do that,
Retract them.
seeing
Okay.
as that's not effective.
Okay.
And then
All right.
I guess like my move action to like flavor to aid would be to to draw my dagger, assuming that I would use the dagger to help Aaidan carve out these
Okay.
parasites.
Next up, gonna have an attack roll against Frampton here.
Frampton.
You can do it, buddy.
And he can't see his target, which means he's flat-footed, right?
Another 12. That's two super low rolls in a row.
Yay!
Frampton, roll a perception check.
There you go.
This arrow with the 22, this arrow came almost directly above you.
Oh,
But you look up and see nothing.
they're in the trees.
Or they're invisible.
It's not real.
That would be worse.
Okay.
It's all in our minds.
Moving on to Frampton. What are you gonna do?
It's a real shame that an Aaidan torch doesn't confer actual heat or fire properties.
Nope.
What illumination is it currently?
Dim.
Dim. Well,
It's dim.
no, Aaidan, do you have your light out or did you not pull it out?
No, he had to do the surgery.
Yep, okay. So it is still dim light.
Oh, you didn't have it out as we were walking through the forest?
Correct, because
Like,
we have...
it's an Aaidan torch that like circles your head. I didn't know if you
Right.
just
So
always...
the way I always envision it is that you can cloak them, but then you have to like loose them to let them then fly up, kind of thing. So it's just kind of cloaked, and he keeps it that way with Frampton because Frampton can see and traverse well enough in the night.
Yep. Okay, so it is dim light.
What is the range on this? I don't remember.
Kind of like the free action drop a backpack. I always think he just kind of like rips a cord or something like that, and the light fans out.
Oh, so it radiates darkness out in a 20-foot radius.
Yep.
Did I have a general idea of where?
It came from almost
Like
directly
above me.
you.
So like
You've got no idea how far above you.
okay.
Tense session right off the bat. I like it.
It's tough. It's tough.
I have more notes on this encounter than I've had for any other encounter so far.
Okay, because there's another thing too. You're towing a very careful line, and you're doing it great. But with encounters like this, you really have to make sure that your players don't feel like they were cheated into a loss or a win either way. You know what I mean? And when you have this many things that just come out of nowhere because that's what happens, you it's a balancing act that's really hard to pull off as a DM.
So Frampton's gonna run up here.
Okay.
Is this a tree?
Yep.
To a tree.
All of
Okay.
these are trees. All the big ones are trees on the map here.
And use some illumination control
Okay.
to cast deeper darkness
Okay.
on that tree.
Okay.
So that'll use all 3 of my illumination points.
So deeper darkness functions as darkness, except objects radiate darkness in a 60-foot radius, and the light level is lowered by 2 steps. So dim would become areas of dim and darkness become supernaturally dark.
Right.
This functions like darkness, but even creatures with dark vision cannot see. However, because of your archetype,
Yes. Because of my archetype, I can see through my own deeper darkness.
and that is a 60-foot radius. So from that tree,
We would be in it if you put it there.
you would engulf them in this, which might make the heal checks slightly more difficult.
I.e.
It's a-
impossible.
60-foot
Deeper
radius?
darkness. I'm going to look in the archetype to see if the archetype's different. But deeper darkness, the spell says 60-foot radius. Yeah, if you look up deeper darkness, it functions like darkness, except objects radiate darkness to a 60-foot radius.
Oh, okay. So I'd have to rejudge that. I thought it was a 20. I apologize.
That's all right. You can
Normal
s-
darkness is, but
That's
deeper
all right, I just
darkness
can't
is a
see.
wider radius.
I was thinking that,
Yeah.
Sarah. I was so salty about that.
You can still put it out further away, though, Justin. Because what's the
But it has
rate?
to be touched. It has to be touched. I have to touch the object, so I only have 30 feet
Yeah,
to go.
darkness is range touch.
So I could get there,
Are you considered your own object?
which would put them just at the edge.
I think-
of-
Justin, could you touch something of your own in deeper darkness and run over like in here?
And throw it?
Well, even more, you could touch an object on your person and throw it.
Yeah, just touch an
Sure.
arm and throw it.
Now, to be fair, oh well, no, actually, for you, it's fine because you can see through the darkness. I was gonna say
Right.
you're throwing it in darkness, so it might hit something. But if you can see through your own deeper darkness, then yeah, you could put it on an object you hold and throw it.
Yeah,
somewhere.
literally just throw your dagger.
So basically,
Oh,
I've gotta
actually,
get it, like, here.
The flavor on that is so good, actually, though. Yeah,
Or
it's-
there. I gotta get it there.
Yeah.
So how far away am I? 35 feet. Of course I am. So
well, that's fine. You're within drop
Yeah.
range then. You don't even have to
Yeah.
throw it.
right. So I'll move up to here,
Okay.
cast it on my. Oh, but see, I'm gonna have to pull.
You can pull it as a move action.
You can draw, if you would like, you could draw a dagger as part, like along
As
with
I'm
your
moving?
move action.
As
Yeah.
I'm moving. Okay. Yeah. So I would pull my my extra dagger that I have, my masterwork dagger,
Okay.
and then cast the deeper darkness on the dagger,
Yep.
and then drop in that square the dagger.
Okay.
Still terrifying.
So-
For a moment, we all see pitch blackness. Like supernaturally, can't see your hand in front of your face blackness.
So I'm gonna put a token on
Terrifying.
the map here.
Is casting that
Give it
a
radius
swift
of
or
60
action or
feet.
something?
Standard.
Casting the spell is a standard action, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay. So, can you
Ooh.
see that?
Yeah, good look. Good look.
I mean, I can't, but
Yeah.
sure.
So, looking at
Looks-
this distance-wise, is that really 60 feet? That aura doesn't look right.
Oh, I
I'm
don't see an aura.
65 feet.
Oh, you don't see an aura? Oh, it's
No,
'cause
you
you're
gotta make
not-
it
Yeah,
controllable.
Yeah.
you remember.
Why can't I select it? It's because I'm not on the right layer. That's why.
Ah,
Controlled by everybody.
rookie move.
That aura does not look right.
Yeah, I have it set up
No.
for 60 feet, but it's definitely going more than 60 feet. So if I just
Yeah.
do 55 feet, that I think is more approximate to the actual.
It's approximate enough for our purposes.
Yeah, now it's doing what it should be with the 60 feet.
Weird.
Weird.
Yeah. So Aaidan, your left shoulder, is now encompassed in supernatural darkness, but most of you is okay.
Like devoid of light darkness, right?
Yeah, like it's a sphere, a dome of just
Like black
void.
silhouette. Yeah, like that special, like, what's it called? The V something black that you can get that's just
yeah.
whatever that is.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, that is Frampton's turn. Now we are over to Jessup. Jessup, you see that Kieran is still struggling with this thing in his arm. Aaidan has got his healer's kit out, and he's getting ready to try to surgically remove this with his expert surgically training that he's so good at.
Doesn't.
So
No.
yeah. What's that?
Yeah, I don't have a lot of good surgeon training. This is very rough.
Yeah, so Jessup will kind of look at Aaidan, look at obviously Kieran. They came back. Kieran's getting ready to go. Then suddenly this black void just appears out of nowhere, and I'm not sure what Frampton's doing. He'll look at Aaidan. I kind of put his hand on his shoulder, and Aaidan, it's very important that you do this. I believe in you, son. You got this. And then I will spend 1 round of bardic performance to give him inspire competence to increase his heal by 2.
Okay. So that's another +2 onto this. You can move if you'd like, or you
I
can
am
stay where you're at.
Holding his shoulder.
Okay.
It's flavor. I'm channeling my competence into him.
Yep. That brings us to Aaidan. At this point, Kieran, roll your heal check to aid before he does anything.
It's like a 50-50. 11. Just made it.
You barely succeed in aiding
Oh
him.
my
So,
gosh.
Yeah.
Aaidan, you have your healer's kit, inspire competence, and Kieran is aiding you.
Yeah.
And you know the DC is 20.
Yep. I'm sorry, Kieran. This is going to hurt. And he'll give him something to bite down on as he takes the dagger and literally just into the arm. Like, he doesn't care about the muscle damage. He needs to get this thing out.
Wrong arm, kid.
Yeah, wrong arm. Wrong arm. That's hilarious. Yeah. So it's a gruesome. It's a quick surgery is a stretch. Because he doesn't have a lot of technical training, and this isn't field medic even. This is, no, just stop it kind of thing.
Yep.
And so I only have the healer's kit in here, so I'm getting a +2 on top from the aid,
Well, you could just
and then
another
you could
+2
just
from
put
inspire
under
competence.
temp if you want. Just put another.
4. It's another 4. Just
Yeah, because it's two from my inspired competence and 2 from Kieran's aid.
So it's going to ultimately be a +12 on the roll.
ultimately a +12, which is not bad,
Okay.
but
Yeah. There's a high chance for failure, but it's not a bad
it's,
chance.
it's the best we could get, probably.
23.
I told you.
Kieran. Kieran,
just
you
love doing
take
that.
7 points of damage as Aaidan jams this dagger deep into your arm, and you see this rot grub get peeled out, and he throws it to the ground next to you.
And then
You
careful.
look down at your arm. Looks like it was just the one.
Aaidan will quickly try to stop the bleeding. It looks like a quick wrap, and then they're on their way.
Yeah, it's just
Fly-
a
6
fountain
seconds
of
there.
blood just spraying everywhere. It's gallons of blood just flying out of his arm wound. It's bad.
It's gotta be. And not to mention,
Thanks for the mental image.
not to mention that
It's
his
like-
blood mixes with your blood now, and
Yeah.
it's just bad.
It's the Black Knight and Monty Python.
Yeah.
It's like, your arm's off. You cut my arm off.
You're a loot, that's
Okay.
what you are.
So that was I can't take a full standard action to look around, but I want a quick glance. Does he see the motes of light, or does he have any better understanding about where the arrows are coming from?
The motes of light are still there. They are about 20 feet closer than they were before. You're looking at them. You can see, again, there's the 4 motes of light floating in the air. They're all kind of clumped up together a little bit, and they do look like they're slowly making their way towards you. And onto the other side is just a pitch black void covering most of this glen.
He'll peek his head through the void, and it's black still.
It is utter darkness. so much so that you instantly go insane and begin attacking Kieran.
Okay. Yeah,
I
that's
think you
fair.
already did that.
Do you want me to?
You pick up the rock grub and shove it back in Kieran's
Yeah, and since it's me, like I would use the great sword, so and power attack too, since it's me.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's
Two-handed power
the
attack with a short
classic.
sword, for sure.
It's the classic,
No.
looking into the abyss. The abyss looks back at you.
Probably wouldn't even take power attack, so you may not need to worry about that.
Yeah, I think he can you ready a move?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna ready a move action to travel with the group. When Kieran or Jessup start moving, he'll go with them.
Okay. That is Aaidan's turn. Top of the round, we have Kieran. You do not need to make a fortitude save.
Thank goodness.
Thank God.
I'm just gonna say that could have gone way, way worse.
Yeah.
Even
I'm fully aware.
even one
This-
fail. Even if I had missed that last one, we got it the next round, it would have been much worse.
I whispered to Jason, not that he would necessarily bring in a backup character this session, but I'm like, I don't think I can transition to that headspace if Kieran dies. Like, I'm not. I just this character is not one that I would be able to just
Bring it.
transition into easily. So I was like, well,
Yeah, I probably wouldn't bring in a backup that early, but we
Yeah.
have to see.
That's the
Probably
one thing
for the
about
best.
that I always feel like when it comes to like prepping backups, you can do as much as you can, but when it happens in a session, it is a emotional toil losing a character, let alone trying to hop right into someone new and get into that headspace. If you're trying to like properly roleplay, there's a reason I don't worry about it too much.
Yeah. All right. So Kieran is like sweating profusely right now just because of this turn of events, just the shock of this happening, plus the pain of it burrowing, plus the pain of like digging it out of his arm. And he is going to. He looks into the void and he's like, Frampton, what happened to Frampton? And he's going to like shakily bend over and pick up his glaive, because I said he started with his glaive in hand, and I'm assuming that he just dropped it when this happened in like shock.
Okay.
So I will, I think it's move action, pick up my glaive.
Yep, move action.
Yep.
And then standard action is total defense of full round action, or is that a standard action?
Full.
I believe you can do it as a standard action.
No,
Okay.
I don't think so.
The total
Well,
defense
let's look it up and
Fight
see who has
defensively.
the better rules.
I
knowledge
think you
here.
can fight defensively.
Total defense here. I'm clicking it here. Let's see what it says.
You defend yourself as a standard action.
Ah!
Oh,
You get a +4 dodge bonus to your AC for
Oh.
1 round.
oh, would you look at that?
Oh, shut it.
All right, so I'm going to do that then, because I feel like there's a lot going on, and he's just going to like take a defensive stance. So
Okay.
he will total defense.
All right. Now it brings us to something. It's gonna be well, you all hear the high-pitched sound of a voice, not necessarily saying words, but kind of like shrieking out in panic before eventually kind of having a sigh of relief. You don't know exactly what that's all about. But as soon as the sigh comes, an arrow comes flying at you guys. I'm gonna roll a
We
A
hear
die
a
for
sigh
this.
of relief?
yeah. You're all hearing this. It wasn't a stealthy, panicked voice
Who makes the
So we're
sigh?
gonna do-
From where?
from the air above you.
Yeah, it's weird. If it's shooting from above us, it must have either very good visibility or something. How'd you do that?
How did you do that?
Windows period. It's not great, but
So actually, I'll give the three of you I'll give all of you a perception check.
all of us a perception check.
Ugh.
Even in deeper dark, or is this at the lights?
Yeah, you guys are outside of the darkness.
Oof, not
Got
great.
a 6
11
for Jessup,
Kieran.
Is
11
this
for
for the
Kieran.
lights, or is this for the thing in the tree?
This is for the noise, the thing.
I don't think it's in the tree.
13 for Frampton. 29 for Aaidan. Okay. Aaidan, you are the only one who sees this. All of the others, you're looking around for it, but you're not able to pinpoint the noise well enough. Aaidan, your ears pick up on this noise, and you look directly to where you think it's coming from, and you see, flying out of the darkness, is a creature.
Flying. Oh.
Oh, is
boy.
that a
It is a-
fae?
It is a small creature. It darts out of the darkness, and as soon as it is out, that's when you hear the sigh of relief, and it
Ah.
immediately goes invisible.
Great.
Ah.
You can roll a knowledge nature in the brief moment that you saw it.
Yeah, it looks like a fae. But he doesn't know.
A
Nice.
9, you have no idea what this creature
Hey,
is.
you know what, buddy? You use those good rolls on your hero checks, and I'm proud of you.
That's right. We're all proud of you.
I'll describe kind of what you see.
Yeah,
leaving
because
out
it's
the
only a
important
flash
details.
anyway, so it makes sense that you can't get a good read.
You
on.
you see it's a horribly disfigured creature with skin covered in bleeding lesions and gossamer wings crusted with fungal growths. The creature wears dark colored clothing, and the creature's hair is shorn and the mouth set in a wicked grin, but you have no idea what this creature is.
Real quick, the will-o-wisp. He doesn't know anything about that, right? Like, he doesn't even...
Correct.
Yeah, he just doesn't have any access to any of that knowledge. He's just heard
Yeah,
stories.
you didn't roll high enough on your check to have known like any
Anything.
details about.
No,
will-o-wisp.
he would know that they prey swamplands and other regions of...
Yep.
Yeah, but, like, he doesn't know anything else.
Correct.
So that they can steal your soul, I'm sure he's been told.
And the creature is going to roll an attack on one of the three of you. Going to do 1-2 Jessup, 3-4 Kieran, 5-6 Aaidan. That is a 1, so that's against Jessup.
Ew.
So against your
Ew.
flat-footed AC. There we go, 21 against flat-footed AC.
That would have beat my normal AC.
So you are hit by this very small arrow. Strangely enough, doesn't do any damage.
Oh, no.
However, I am going to need you to roll me a fortitude save.
A very important fortitude save.
But my fortitude's a 4. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, you could still make it.
Oh.
20? You're okay. You're okay.
Oh, the time to roll!
That was
Oh,
the time!
man.
That was the time!
All right.
He's probably like in the back of his mind, just thinking it's like, oh, it's only probably 1 non-lethal damage, but I'm gonna scare him.
Moving on. Next, we have Frampton.
When does Jessup back? He's at the bottom of the round. Or he's...
Jessup will be acting after Frampton.
Okay.
I'm right before you, I believe.
Okay.
What are you doing, Frampton?
Can I dispel the darkness at will?
How
does that work?
If it is...
Usually it's
that-
a standard action to dispel.
Yeah.
That would be... I'd have to look up... Okay, so let me look up the darkness spell just to see, because if that
Darkness
one
is
says dismissible...
dismissible.
Is deeper darkness dismissible?
I'm
It acts
sure.
like darkness, is what the text says.
Fine.
So it functions as
Yes.
darkness.
They are dismissible. So you could spend an action to dismiss the darkness. Not dismiss Eidolon.
Dismiss me.
Did he
We
get a
never know.
chance? Did he get a chance to see the Fae?
No, he didn't see it. He didn't roll high enough on the perception check to see it.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can dismiss a spell at will. You must be within the range. You're right next to it, so you're fine. And it is... I think it's a standard action, isn't it? Dismissing a spell is a standard action. So you can, as a standard action, dismiss the darkness, if you so wish.
So I'll dismiss it,
Okay.
and then
You would have heard an arrow flying out towards the other group, though. You didn't see where it came from, but you would have heard the arrow at least.
right, and then run back towards the group.
Okay. That is Frampton's turn. Now we are at Jessup.
Jessup will drop his Inspire Competence, but you'll still get that for 2 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
So Jessup gets hit. I just didn't see where it's coming from. I just get hit by BS. What is going on here? Kinda. Ooh, he's like spinning around in circles, like looking all. I have no idea what's going on. There was a void darkness. Now that's gone. He wants to get away from this body thing. Actually, I guess as wait, should do the spell.
Phew, that's a low.
So as he's running by, I guess he'll look to see if that guy was holding anything. Like, cause he said he was like clutching. I didn't know when he died if he dropped something like paper or anything like that.
Okay.
So I'm gonna run and cast Sift on that area. So I'm kind of running and looking at the same time.
My ready to action
Okay.
will technically go off, but let's resolve this first.
So examine an area as if you were searching for fine details with perception. Make a perception with a -5 penalty. No, my perception is a 4.
Okay, let me just read this real quick. Okay. Roll a will save.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
Weird.
I probably stepped in a square I shouldn't have. I think I stepped in a square I
7.
shouldn't have.
Okay, you're looking over the guy. It looks like he's clutching onto something.
Oh, didn't I grab that? Or no? I guess in the
No, he had pointed out the lights, the wisps in the distance, and you had turned to confront them, and then the very next moment the arrow hit him.
Mhm.
Sarah knows what's going on. Yep.
Okay.
But yeah, you look over with Sift and looks like he's holding on to something. You can't
Me?
see what it is because his hand is encapsulating it.
Does he have a head?
It's caved in and kind
Okay.
of blown
I
up.
didn't know if like I looked over at him with like a failed will save and I see him without an exploded face.
No, looks like he's still. It looks like he's dead.
So I don't have to roll my perception. I see him holding out that piece of paper or whatever, or clutching.
Yeah, you see him holding his hand out. It's not like actively being held out anymore, but it's like
Gotcha.
on the ground.
Alright, that's my turn.
Okay.
Aiden's ready to action.
Aaidan, you go right after him anyways, so
Oh,
you
so-
can either choose to do the ready to action or you can just take your full turn.
Doesn't matter to me. He's gonna move over there and meet Frampton, and he's gonna say, I saw the thing. It can fly and go invisible, but I don't think it can see in the darkness. Can you do that again? As he runs over.
Okay. You go over there, you address Frampton, asking him to make it dark so that none of you can see. Top of the round.
Well, he can respond as a free action.
Yeah, he can respond if he so wishes.
That's true.
Oh, can you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
you can give a short reply out of turn.
Nope. That's just a one and done. I got nothing left.
Okay, that's just brilliant. Okay. And there's still that mote of light all the way over there.
Yep, they're a little bit closer. I can probably put them on the map at this point. I find the token here. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Can you see those?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Alright. That was a perception check to see if he remembers and notices the piece of paper.
Okay. You're looking over towards that guy. Roll a will save. Natural 20 for a 24. Aaidan, you're looking over in this direction, and you're looking at him, and you notice the subtlest of clues in that the way his body collapsed, or the way his body should have collapsed, does not mirror the position of his current body.
Would you like a knowledge religion, or do I know?
Roll a spellcraft.
Okay. 11.
11. You're not sure exactly what this is. You're pretty confident that it is some sort of illusion, but you do not know the precise kind.
Oh, so he disbelieves in illusion.
Yes, you still see it there. But you recognize something is happening over there that is an illusion. Something illusory is happening,
Alright.
but you're not able to identify it.
I don't know what it is, but that man, I don't think he's real. We have to get out of here.
And he'll just start running past Frampton,
Which direction?
where he went.
Okay. I don't think you can move again because you
Oh,
said
yeah,
you're actually
you're right,
doing
'cause-
perception.
yeah, exactly. You're right. Yeah.
After Aaidan, top of the round, we have Kieran.
Okay.
Kieran, you see those lights coming closer to you now.
Yeah. He's gonna also say, right, we've got to get out of here. This isn't worth it anymore. And he will move 30 feet here, and then he's going to ready a magic missile for if that thing appears. He's
Okay.
gonna shoot it with magic missile.
Okay. Now that Aaidan has pointed it out, I will allow you a will save.
Okay. Will save of a 13.
Okay. You're looking at the body. You don't think it's an illusion.
Yeah, well, I still don't want to get near it because it.
Yeah.
No, that's
exploded
fine.
on
I'm
me.
just
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know
So-
that you don't think it's an illusion.
Yeah.
You think that there is a body there.
Right.
Okay.
You,
I know there's
um,
not.
more accurately, you're rationalizing it very differently. Like, Aiden's losing a grip here, you know, like...
Well, Kieran saw an arrow come, explode its head, and then grubs flew out on him. So he's like, 100% that's a body that just exploded.
Yeah. So
Rotting
Aaidan, that's one
things
thing
on
that
it.
you should know is
yeah,
there is 100% something there.
correct. Yeah,
There is a physical thing
Yeah.
there.
It's
yeah.
a corpse, though.
No, I
Yeah.
chose my words carefully because, once again, Aaidan is not a wordsmith. I think even he has the wisdom to know that, like, something was manipulated to move that way. Because he had a physical thing he just ripped out of Kieran, you know.
Yeah.
But when he says it's not real, he's trying to say it's an illusion.
Okay. So that is Kieran's turn. Next it is the other dude. Okay, so first up, now that we're on the map, we'll start moving these. Oh, goodness gracious. That's not the button I wanted to press.
I really don't want
Start
them
moving
to be
these
able-
guys a little bit closer.
That's really bad.
Um,
Do they look like a wall like that? No, they're closer.
they're all in a line, yeah.
and they're just
They're all in a
moving
line as they advance at you at the same speed.
at like a constant wave or wall impeding upon you.
Yes. Actually. No, yeah. So they actually move. They can move a little bit faster than I thought they could. They move up to there. And then we're going to have. I'll roll a d4 this time. We'll go clockwork. So Jessup is 1, Aaidan 2, Frampton 3, Kieran 4. 1, so Jessup again.
Oh, jeez.
So flat-footed against Jessup. I don't think that is going to hit. Oh crap! I wasn't adding the bonus for being invisible. So
Whoa. Too higher both times.
it'll actually be a 16 against flat-footed.
Just beats me.
Yeah, I forgot about that the first time.
That stinks.
Oh, crap baskets.
Shoot.
Nice. Okay. This arrow hits your back, and again, strangely enough, doesn't hurt at all. But you do immediately, upon failing your fortitude save, take 1 point of strength damage and 1 point of dex damage.
Oh,
Okay.
so that's
At,
different.
at least
than
it's a
grubs.
different. Yeah, at least it's a different
Yep.
poison.
This is
Yep.
not con damage, because con damage is not good.
Yep, it is strength and dex
Okay,
damage.
holy cow, have they really been leading in with like the disease mechanics in this book?
Yeah.
This particular encounter has like 6 different types of ability damage.
Great.
Well, we
Well,
found
2 of them.
3, so...
Yeah.
3 of them.
Yeah.
We got to get the
There's
mentals
Yeah,
next.
there's another one.
We really-
mentals.
trust me, you
I
don't
didn't do
want-
that one, but
Yeah, you
there's
don't want
one of the
these
mentals.
guys to get involved.
Okay. So that is that creature's standard. I'll go ahead and move them on my GM layer so that nobody can see where the creature is.
So they don't become visible.
Nope.
Oh, so it's greater invisibility or something. Or some
Or it's
spell
natural
like
invisibility.
some spell like
It
or
must
supernatural.
be something similar to greater invisibility because an attack was made and a creature was not uninvisible.
Can he make a spell? Can anyone make a spellcraft to figure out what's going on?
Not without seeing the creature. You could make a spellcraft to know if you are aware of the spell greater invisibility.
Yeah, well, okay. Well,
That wouldn't tell you if that's necessarily what's going on.
because you could have a spell like or a supernatural.
Correct. There's other possibilities.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Did we see the direction the arrow came this time?
That time it came from over in this direction where it came last time.
Oh, over here?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, they maybe moved after. You don't know. Well, but after that, it is Frampton's turn.
Frampton!
I gotta say, Sarah, you've changed my life with that Windows period cheat. Might as well. Useless.
Useless.
Oh yeah, Frampton, I'll allow you to have a will save as well, now that it's been pointed out.
Oh yeah, that's kind of important.
Yeah, you think there's something there. You think there's a body there.
There's a body!
He's holding something. You don't know how important that thing is, but his arm is reached out with something clutching it.
This is a really well designed encounter, though. Actually,
Which, might I say, with a full arcane caster, would be a little bit easier. Also, with a full divine caster,
yeah, pretty much the two things that
Yeah.
could have made this just not happen.
Another
Yeah.
thing, just within 60 feet. I'll let you do another knowledge dungeoneering now that they're closer. Knowledge dungeoneering 27. You look over at those lights, immediately come into your head. You're like, floating motes of light in the air, will-o-wisps. But you look at them, those aren't will-o-wisps. You look a little bit closer and it's like, you're not sure exactly what's going on. They are definitely not will-o-wisps, but you've seen an effect like this similar.
Oh.
Ooh.
It's eerily similar to a spell that I believe Jessup has probably cast a couple times by now.
Yeah.
Let me look at his spell list real
oh, is it dancing lights?
quick. Nope, Jessup has not cast this
Oh,
spell.
I was gonna say, somebody was calling that earlier, that they were just dancing lights.
Well,
do you have
yeah.
spellcraft?
Me? No.
Okay, so you can't identify them as a spell.
but you can
but you
point
I
out.
know that they're not
you can
will-o-wisps.
identify that they are not will-o-wisps.
Okay. So, Frampton's gonna
Say that.
run up to that feller while shouting, "Boy, they're not will-o-wisps at the very least!" And then try and grab whatever that guy was clutching.
Okay.
It's a parasite.
It's the largest rot grub you could possibly imagine.
You just pull out a giant worm.
It's a face hugger from the movie Alien.
Take
that's
1d4
horrifying.
plus 1 con damage right now.
Yeah, right.
That's absolutely horrifying.
70 rock grubs.
I'm keeping 'em.
embed themselves.
I'm keeping him.
Now that you're interacting with it, roll another will save. I'll give you a bonus on this one because you've already had
Because his hand
signs.
passes through.
Trying to clutch at stuff and I can't grab it.
So you roll a 16. I'm giving you a circumstance bonus. 1, because Aaidan told you it's not real, and 2, because as you go to interact with it, you go to grab his hand, and your hand passes right through it.
Oh.
And then as soon as you do that, you're kind of looking around, feeling around. There is a body there. There is a human body there for sure, but it is not in the same position that whatever you're seeing is. There is some sort of illusion going on, and as you get closer and you're smelling, you smell the decay and rot of a corpse that has been dead for a long time.
Yeah, that's the only way Aaidan could have interacted with it earlier and not gotten a will save.
So basically, the noise and the visuals of this lead you to believe something completely different than the smell and the touch. But as you go to feel around, there's a body there, but at the moment you can't determine where the hand is in this quick motion.
That's weird. What was it like when Aaidan touched Adam? Or was
You never quite got into contact with his hand before stuff had turned around.
Gotcha. In my head, he had
So that's my turn, though, right? Like, I mean, I don't have more
moving
action.
up and trying to search around.
Yeah.
You could speak out to the rest of the group if you wanted to let them know your findings, though.
Oh, yeah, so Frampton would be like, oh, the boy's right. It's certainly not the body that we think it is. There's definitely something here, but not this bloke.
And that explains how the blood rot could come out of a living corpse.
Yep. Yep. The rot grubs must have been in an already dead corpse. This illusion you're now putting together probably simply made it appear that the thing was still alive.
Which means it was either undead or artificially manipulated.
Yeah, sir, you could cast Detect Magic to see if he's got anything magic on the body there.
He's got a +1 great sword.
We all know Sarah can find a magical item, but there is no way in hell that we
Can't tell what it
are
is.
figuring out what it is.
Yeah, it doesn't.
We've discussed this.
This looks like a dagger.
It's a flaming great axe. That's a sword.
I think
I'm pretty
it's.
sure I know.
sword.
Yeah. I didn't study so well. The length makes a difference.
I should have mentioned that in listing off how I'm a subpar arcane caster. It's like, can't do fire damage, can't do acid damage, can't cast the invisibility, can't overcome spell resistance, can't identify magic items.
Yeah.
Why am I here?
But has rock hard abs.
Yeah.
hard abs.
Jessup and Aaidan are like, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't have saved him. Maybe it would be better just to find someone else.
Okay.
Yeah, get clean one of the group.
Yeah.
Moving on, we have Jessup.
Jessup will. Jessup was already very sus of that corpse anyway, and I had already kind of messaged Sarah. I already had kind of the inkling of that anyway from what we chatted. But he's gonna see if he can identify them floating orbs.
Okay, yep. Roll a spellcraft.
In game has passed?
Yeah.
Like, isn't that 10 rounds? Aren't
Yeah.
you tracking rounds? I don't remember. I don't know what round we're on.
Yeah, I'm just saying remind me after
I see.
a certain number of time.
What round are we
21.
on? No.
We are on round 4.
Okay.
This will come into play on round 13.
Oh, okay.
So, Jessup, you're looking at these lights, and you're looking at them. So with the knowledge that Jessup has provided you, knowing they are not will-o-wisps, you're looking at this from a slightly different perspective here, and you're thinking about the various spell effects that this could be. You're looking at them, and you kind of have an epiphany. You're like, they're providing too much light. This is just a common dancing lights spell.
Classic.
What do you do
Cast
with
that?
that knowledge? I thought he had, but he didn't. It's not actually on his spell list. I thought somebody in this campaign had cast Dancing Lights, but it must be not.
Cast dancing lights.
Oh, you have? Oh, then,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I meant to say.
I have dancing lights.
Yeah, they both
I
have.
thought I
And
just
I've-
looked at your stats.
I've
and you
definitely
didn't have
cast that before.
Which
gonna say,
means he
Where did I-
immediately identifies it.
Yeah, I cast that in
it.
quite a few
Oh,
places.
Yeah.
that's the first spell on the list.
Yeah.
I immediately saw Detect Magic.
Somebody-
and
I
went
put
down.
that in
Their
Yeah.
perception.
Yeah,
Just-
I put them
just-
in alphabetical order.
Just so you
in
know,
alphabetical order, but for some reason in my head I was like, oh, the second one is D for Detect Magic, so it's not the first one because that would have been like an A or a B
Brandon
or
makes
something.
characters
yeah,
so
and
bad,
for
he assumes
future
they have
reference
dancing
too,
lights.
I think that if you can actually cast the spell, like you know what it is, like when it's
Yeah,
cast.
as soon as I figured that those lights were coming, but they were coming in 4 exact distinct lights, I'm like, that's dancing lights.
You get
Yeah,
like a
you're-
bonus
you're
on your
looking at it, it's like-
spellcraft or something.
Too uniform in their movement, too much light. It's just a Dancing Light spell. These are not will-o-wisps.
I love that
they
kind of
look like
stuff.
it from
though.
a distance, though.
I love using like low-level spells to try to like trick and influence to higher level effects and stuff.
I just want to see.
Whoops, that's the wrong tool. Can I?
Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, guys, those are definitely not whiffs, as Frampton said. Those things, dancing lights. I can cast them too. They can be cast up to 100 plus feet. So I think that was just another kind of illusion to spook us. I can't help against this invisible guy though. I'm gonna get shot and it's gonna hurt. So he kind of like runs this way. We getting out of here?
Getting out of here.
I'm getting out of here.
Get out of here. After Calhoun pops out of a tree.
Why are you guys still here?
Okay, so
Oh.
you are moving. I'm just placing them here with their light radius now. So you're moving further away. That is Jessup's turn. Bottom of the round, you have Aaidan. So Aaidan, you have been told by your allies a couple things. 1, there is a body there. 2, it is not the same as what you're seeing. 3, they are not will-o-wisps. They are the Dancing Lights spell.
Okay.
How do you proceed with this knowledge?
Which makes him think that there is just the one combatant. Give me a second. I think.
Yeah, I'm kind of alluding that just because, well, yeah, because they can move them as a free action, I believe.
Okay. I don't know if this works within, like, the rules of the game.
Sounds like it doesn't.
But
Starting that way is
That
not great.
opening.
Yeah, that opening doesn't lend much.
but it probably won't work anyway as a consequence of radiuses and stuff. But he's gonna pull out and then light a smoke stick.
Okay. Move action to pull it out.
And I think you.
This is one of the things that I haven't implemented, but I've really wanted to. Where it's like, if the item wouldn't probably be kept like on a belt, but is probably stored in a backpack, it should take longer to pull it out. But
I have quick draw, so I don't worry about it.
yeah, for you, I guess it wouldn't matter.
But it is not a weapon, also in the most technical raw sense.
Yeah. But it's just a standard action to light it, correct?
I think. Well, sorry, I was trying to look up real quick. I think it's under alchemical items. Sorry, didn't expect to use this. Alchemical creations. I mean, smoke stick.
Okay, so this alchemically treated wooden stick instantly creates thick, opaque smoke when burned. The smoke fills a 10-foot cube. The stick is consumed after 1 round, and the smoke dissipates naturally after 1 minute.
And it
So a
doesn't.
10-foot cube.
Yeah, and it doesn't work. I needed smoke pellet smog. The residue makes invisible creatures visible for 1d4 rounds. This does not have that text, so I doubt it would.
Oh yeah, if that's what you were going for, then
Yeah.
no.
Well, I didn't think I could make it like stick to them totally, but I thought they might leave traces and I could see them.
Oh, you could try.
Yeah, that's what. But
If
he's
they're in that 10-foot cube.
right. That's what I was saying. It's already gonna be limited, but this at least lets him be able to watch the air movements and currents. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That was
Okay.
just my thought. And
So
then-
do you do something else then?
What's that?
Or do you do that?
No, he'll do that. Like I already knew
Okay.
it wasn't gonna work. He just wants to.
What axis are we putting that effect on? What intersection are we?
Right in front of
Starting
him,
with-
and then he's gonna start 5-foot stepping away, and he wants to try
So-
to watch the smoke if he can, and like see the whiffs if he can.
So
try
like
to,
this.
Yeah, and he wants to
Okay.
try to like locate where the creature is if it flies into it.
Okay. It doesn't
Won't,
look like the creature
but-
is within a 10-foot cube at the moment.
Right, but at the very least, it also provides concealment for us.
Yep. Next up, top of the round is Kieran. So you're now engulfed in a little bit of smoke. You've learned a decent amount of information from your allies there, so you don't have to worry about will-o-wisps.
Yeah, it's funny. Brandon wrote this in the chat, but it specifically says in the
Yeah.
text of Dancing Lights that they look like will-o-wisps, which
Yeah, I
is
was reading through that.
ironic.
It was tricky.
Yeah, I saw that
Yeah.
Brandon the same time you wrote it. I was looking through my spell description. And I was like, that's sneaky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those
For-
are sneaky.
I've never seen that come up in a campaign.
It's very cool.
But
Yeah.
that's why I really like this encounter.
Yeah. And
It really gives you an impression of what's going to happen
Yeah.
that is not the same as what's
Which
happening.
4 will-o-wisps is
death.
insane.
You're gonna die.
Oh, yeah,
You would die.
Yeah, you just for I'll give this to you.
Yeah, it's
Well,
fun.
and
you made
my only thoughts too is it's trying to push us more into the woods, or to try to pressure time to try to help this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just for your benefit, I believe 4 will-o-wisps would be a CR
Sick. Not.
10,
yeah.
9 or 10 encounter.
Yeah.
That's like epic level encounter
That would be
for
hard.
ours.
That would be very
Yeah.
particularly hard. Yeah.
Well,
Like,
that's
one
how
will-o-wisp would be hard.
in our 2E game, that's how we had our first ever natural, no holds barred TPK. It was to a single will-o-wisp
Yep.
Crazy.
that we fought one at a time as a consequence of how we were exploring.
So what's your plan, Kieran?
He's gonna say he doesn't know what's going on with everybody, like what the plan is. So he's gonna say, "What are we doing? Are we running away? Are we staying here? We can't see it." And I'm going to. I can't 5-foot step and delay, right? Like I just have to delay my whole thing.
I will say if your delayed actions do not include any form of movement, yes.
No, I can't guarantee that because like
Well,
I'm delaying.
Yeah,
where-
basically I'd say you can 5-foot step and delay, but when your turn comes around, I won't let you move.
Yeah. No, that's.
So, yeah. Because
I'm
you can't
delaying
5-foot step
part.
and move, so.
Yeah.
But just so you know, within 5 feet, we have concealment. If you're further out, then you have total concealment. We've ran into this
yes.
before.
Unfortunately, the winds here are precisely 22 miles per hour, so the smoke is gone.
Right.
immediately.
So long as we're in the smoke and he's trying to shoot in, we've got total concealment.
Kieran's doing the thing Gimli does in the Return of the King, where he's just like.
Yeah, no. I think we're fine. We had this happen one other encounter a long while back, if you remember. Theros casted it, I think. It's Fog Cloud, the spell equivalent of this alchemical item.
Okay, that brings us to the thing's turn. I'm going to roll a d100. 1 to 50 is going to be an attack roll. 51 to 100 is going to be a spell. 10. That's going to be
Wow.
an attack roll. So, the only one that it can see clearly...
That was a consequence of bad spell placement. I could have put it on this intersection, I realize.
Yeah, that's why I asked for the intersection there.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
So here's another attack against Jessup. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's a... With the +2 from invisibility, that is a 13.
And
I have been rolling particularly bad.
you know, and I feel sorry for you. Really, I really do.
Yeah.
You should. I deserve
Can you see the
pity.
sympathy on his face?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's just see. That might have missed. I'm not sure.
These creatures, now that you have vocally said that you have recognized them as dancing lights, they don't seem to move at all this round. So, looks like whoever was controlling them is not bothering to move them anymore. Next up it is Frampton.
They really got me, though.
Well, the thing is too is you can move dancing lights
That's
really
a free
far,
action. Yeah.
Yeah.
really far. So they were purposely walking them.
They were going a little bit slower than the spell could have been, yeah.
A little bit. They were 60 feet back on like round 1. They could move 100 feet.
Yeah, they
That's a
were going
lot
like
slower.
15 feet per round. It's,
Yeah, for sure.
Do note that the fog obscures vision, even if you have dark vision. So if you're going to have to move,
Yep.
it'll be at half speed, Frampton, through those squares.
Yes.
Oh. Well.
Well then.
Sorry, but you can get out and then just do it that way.
Yeah, you're close enough to the edge that you would know stepping out that way would be the quickest.
You can
Wait,
go
yeah,
diagonal,
fog.
you know.
What do you mean? Oh, like that? Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to get you the furthest.
He'll go by his friend Jessup.
Yep.
And then go, I suppose we should make for the tree line then. And run towards the tree line.
Okay. It is now Jessup's turn.
Can I go? Can I?
Yes. Need delayed so he can do it.
Yep. As soon as Frampton says make for the tree line, Kieran is gonna.
Run the opposite direction.
Yeah, right.
Let's drop you down to a different initiative.
I will. I'll only move once.
Okay.
And then total defense.
Okay. Now we're back to Jessup.
What direction did we come in here? Like, we came in from where the dancing lights were, right?
Yes, you came from that direction, and you're exiting the opposite direction. This is actually the direction where the creature first attacked you from.
Right. So, where do we feel that Fort Travale is? It's up. So, if we go the forest that way, we'd be going the opposite way, right? Or at least out of the way?
In your roll knowledge geography or survival, I think either of those could apply.
I mean, I don't know if I
there.
have, if it would help at all, but I also have no direction I could cast to know where north is if I know in conjunction where Fort Travale
Well, as long
might
as
be.
you have one rank in survival, you can determine the direction of true north, I believe. I think that's just an effect that having a rank in survival gives you.
Well, I took the spell to be cool. I don't. Do I? Oh, I do have a rank of survival.
Yeah.
I can do geography though. That's higher.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell. You're a little bit turned around because of all the combat going on, but you're pretty sure from where you're at and your direction, you were heading like north, maybe northeast, but going west would technically not be in the direction of Fort Travale. You also know that it's more than a day's journey out, so you're not getting there like right away.
Right. We can run this way if we want, but I think it might take us a little bit out of the way. I don't know. Is this thick woods through here?
It's standard near Mothis, Fangwood woods, so it would be difficult terrain moving in these woods.
Okay. So Jessup will standard action cast Deadeye Lore.
Okay. So bonus on survival checks. You do not have to move at half your speed when traveling through the wilderness or while tracking. Okay. And that's just for you. Okay.
Yes, that's correct. And then I will. I think my speed's been impacted. No, 30. I guess I'm just gonna run in front of Kieran.
Okay.
I guess let's go this way, then maybe straight.
Aaidan, it is back to you.
He takes a deep breath, the same way I just did, as he pulls out his bow and arrow, 5 foot steps forward, and has finally evened the odds a bit. Carefully observing his surroundings as the smoke divots and listening very carefully for any fluttering of wings. Can he use Chernosado Hopeful even though it's flying?
I will say if you can determine where it is with a perception check, yes.
Okay. For those who
But
don't know, as
you're
in,
going to have to roll a perception against its stealth.
that's fine. But yeah, for those who don't know, campaign treat. Chernosado Hopeful. Move action, reduce an enemy's level of concealment against you. 29.
You have no idea where it is. It was a small creature. You cannot hear it moving around. You cannot see it moving around. The only smell you have is of the dead corpse next to you. None of your senses are able to determine where this creature is.
Okay. That's his whole... Well, yeah, that's his whole turn, because he 5 foot step.
Yeah.
And move action.
You couldn't touch it because it's too far away. You can't taste it because all you can taste is smoke.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can't
Okay.
see anything.
Yep. That is your turn. Top of round 6. This time it's just going to cast the spell. And I know the reactions I'm going to get.
Suggestion.
Suggestion.
Boo.
As I
What was that web?
Boo.
put this on the map.
Oh, it's darkness.
Nope.
It's
Entangle.
daylight.
I need everybody to roll me a...
Thickening entangle. Boo.
As the grass and the weeds around this area begin to sprout up and wrap around your legs, I need everybody to roll me a, I believe, reflex save.
Boo.
As I
Yay,
look
it's
up
Nyari
DC.
all over again.
Oh my
Come
gosh.
on. I have a
So,
plus 10. Come on.
we have a 7 from Kieran, a 28 from Aaidan, a 14 from Frampton, and an 11 from Jessup. This effect had a DC of 15.
Of course it did.
So, everyone except Aaidan is entangled by the entangle spell. So, creatures that make their save can move as normal, but that is just Aaidan. Creatures that move into the area must save immediately. You are already in it. Those that fail must end their movement. It's not your turn, so you're fine. Gain the entangled condition, so you can put the entangled condition on your sheets in Roll20. Entangled creatures can attempt to break free as a move action, making a strength check or escape artist check, DC of which is equal to the spell, so DC 15. The entire area is also considered difficult terrain while the effect lasts. This area does not have thorns, so I won't be dealing damage to you guys, even though that sounds fun. That is its turn. It's also going to move, maybe, you don't know. That'll be the rest of its turn. I removed the lights because if we keep going in this direction, I'll have to shift everybody down, and we already know what they're doing, so I just removed those from the map. Frampton, it is your turn. You are entangled. You can attempt to break free as a move action.
Yeah, I'm doing escape artist.
Escape artist, okay. DC
Come
15.
on. All I need's a 5.
25.
That'll work.
29.
That'll work.
You escape the entangled condition. You can now move. It is still difficult terrain, and if you end your turn in the entangle, you'll have to continue making reflex saves.
Yerp. It's difficult terrain.
Yes.
I get here.
Okay. You move
Um,
deeper into the entanglement to get into contact with Kieran and Jessup.
And then that'll be where I end my turn. Do I reflex now? Or...
Those that fail must end their movement. Blah, blah, blah. Entangled creatures attempt to save as a move action. But those that remain in the area must save again at the end of their turns. Yes, I need another reflex save. 22, you're good for now. Okay. Kieran, it is your turn. You are also entangled. As a move action, you can try to break free.
Can I liberating command?
Yes.
Okay. I will.
believe that is what the spell does.
Yes, I will use my immediate action.
If the target is bound, grappled, or otherwise restrained, sure. He may make an escape artist check to escape as an immediate action. He gains a competence bonus equal to equal to twice the caster level.
So plus 10.
Yeah.
All right,
Spell
so
has
I'm
no
gonna.
effect if the target could not get free by using an escape artist. Yeah, you can use escape artist, so you're good.
Okay. All right. So I will try
So
escape
just so you
artist.
know, you could. This is an immediate action. You could have done this the moment you made your first save.
I
You failed
thought
your
about
first-
that, but I don't think it mechanically really made a difference.
It doesn't, because it's an immediate action, so doing it at
Yeah.
the start of your turn doesn't change anything.
Yeah. I thought about it, but I chose not to. All right. So escape artist, natural 1. This
Is that with the bonus?
Yeah, I put a temporary bonus
Oh.
in, natural 1. So
Okay.
I hate.
Ouch.
Okay, I'm gonna go on
Ouch.
record and say I hate CC spells. I hate them as a GM. I hate them as a player. There is literally no situation where I like them.
Well,
No,
there's
hate 'em.
I will
there are
point out
situations
that
to use them, like when you're quarry is running away.
Josh, are you on the left of my screen?
Yeah.
I want to give you a high five over here and go, Grease guys, Grease brothers.
Grease
Arrow's just
brothers.
crying somewhere in the woods.
Yeah. I will say that in most cases, yes, they can be more debilitating to your party than the enemy. But
Not when you're
if
flying.
all of you happen to be flying,
Yeah.
it's a win-win. Yes.
What do you
so
mean, all you? How many
you
are
make
there?
you attempt your escape artist, but unfortunately, even with the spell, you are unable to.
Unfortunately,
get
we
out.
can't see you right now, Brandon. You're there. You're back.
Yeah,
So
Grease
I will
brother.
use the rest of my turn to do a strength check to try to break free.
Okay, move action, strength check.
19.
Okay, so you are able to break free with your move action. You still have a standard.
And then standard action, I can move half my speed.
Yes.
I will move
Move
to
deeper.
get
Oh,
there.
further away. Okay.
And then reflex save to see if I get stuck there.
Yes.
22.
22. Okay, so you are also not entangled.
Okay.
We are now bringing down to Jessup. I think Jessup also failed.
Oh yeah, I have the entangled thingy on.
So you
What
can
is
attempt a
this?
move action to escape artist or strength check your way free.
I can roll -1 for strength, or 3 escape artist.
Yeah, it's doable.
Sure, I feel like I'm gonna be stuck, yeah?
8.
See you guys!
You can attempt it again with your standard action.
Wait. But then,
Because that was
have
the
to
move
roll.
action.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a
Yeah.
move action to do it, and I don't see any reason why you couldn't consume your standard action to attempt it a second time. It's
But
just
then
you
I would
wouldn't. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to move. But if you break free and save, next turn you'd have both actions to move.
Well, no, you still have to roll
No, because I have to roll a
reflex
third at the end of my turn to not become re-entangled.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you roll this, you succeed, you break free. At the end of your turn, if you succeed on that save, next turn you will start not entangled.
This is what happened
So
to
you can have
Nyari
both of your
with
actions
Entangle.
to move.
I
If
would
you
use my
don't
turn to break free.
If you don't break free this turn, then you don't have to save again, but next turn you're going to have to break free to move it all. So it's up to you. It's however you want
Well,
to play it.
I thought you said we had to, if we stayed in the area, we had to roll at the end of our turn to see if we were entangled again.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You could make your check now to break free. If you end your and you will end your turn in the area, you'll roll again. But if you succeed on that save, you will start next turn not entangled. If you fail, you will be entangled again. Yes. So there's a chance that it won't matter. But if you save, you have next turn you'll have a move and a
That's what you're
standard that
saying.
you could double move away.
Right, like Frampton's gonna get to start his turn, and I could potentially double move at the beginning of my turn.
So my
Yeah.
standard action, so I did break free, and
Yeah,
now I
you
have
break
to roll a
free.
reflex save.
Now you just have to make the reflex save.
Oh,
17.
okay. I see what you're putting
Yeah.
down now. It took me a second.
Yeah.
Took me
So
a second.
next turn, you'll have both of your actions that you could move further.
I'm sorry, guys. Brandon has permanent intelligence damage, and it takes a little while.
Bottom of the round, we have Aaidan. Aaidan, you saved. You're not entangled. You're barely in the radius, but you are in smoke as well.
Yes. However, entangle has verbal components, does it not?
Yeah.
Will you allow Chernisada Hopeful to work now?
I will allow you to get maybe a bonus, but again, you can't determine the square just from that.
Right.
It still requires a perception check.
Right.
I will allow the perception check against its stealth without the 20 bonus for invisibility.
That's what I'm getting at. Yep.
Yep. Actually, technically, it's a spell-like ability, so it wouldn't actually have verbal component. I take all of that back.
Nope. Then I just won't do it.
Yeah, so I can actually look this up, but I believe specifically spell-like abilities do not
They
have.
don't. No, they don't. They
Yeah.
just do it. Okay. That was my one out. My one. See, it made a noise though. Was what I was gonna say. But no, that's it.
Yeah.
I'm really racking my brain here. I'm out of resources as far as like dealing with this.
We just have to run,
You just have to run.
and hopefully we can just get away. Cause
We tried.
But that's the thing,
Well-
though. How many times per day can it cast Entangle, and you guys just keep getting in trouble?
I mean, we're gonna be screwed then. I mean, it's invisible. There's no way we can see through invisibility.
Yeah, so just for people who care about the rules, spell-like abilities are magical and work like spells, though they are not spells and so have no verbal, somatic focus or material components.
Okay.
What would you like to do instead?
Why don't you go check the letter that corpse is holding?
Yeah, right.
Get it. Got a +1 great sword.
It's got a +1 grub in there for you.
+1 grub.
+1 grub.
You can throw it at your enemies.
I don't even have a net to throw at a empty square hope. I literally have nothing.
You can delay.
Yeah, that's what he's gonna do for now.
Okay.
Because there's nothing he knows. Because he can know where his friends are. He can hear them struggling to try to get out, and that they can't escape. Ugh.
Okay. Aaidan delays. Top of round 7. I'm going to roll a d6 to see who I attack. So, Brandon, do you want me to reverse it or do the same way I was? 1-2 for you or 5-6 for you?
Oh, why did you do that?
Because last time I said 1-2 and I rolled a 1 and it was you. So, you want me to try that again and see if it's different?
Well, whatever you want to do, man. It's up to
Okay.
you.
We'll do it the same way. 1-2, Jessup. 3-4, Frampton. 5-6, Kieran. 4. Who was that? That was Frampton.
Not Jessup, that's all I can tell you.
Frampton.
Ramp.
Frampton, a very small arrow comes... Actually, let me look at some of these nifty things here, because there might be
Really?
something cool.
Really? Now
Actually-
you want to play with some new abilities?
Actually, Frampton, can you
This
maybe
guy-
roll me...
This guy gets seven shots. I get something new.
Can you maybe roll me a will save?
No.
I'd like a will save from you.
20.
Okay. You feel your mind kind of fog in a somewhat confusing manner, but you're able to pull through and you're fine.
Confusion would just be the cherry on top.
I
of
hope
this
he
whole
turns me
situation.
against you guys.
Yeah, no, you're fine though. It is now your turn.
Frampton?
Just marking off all my once per day spell abilities here. Still got a few. 1, 2, 3. 4. Yeah, still got that one.
I'll double move.
Battle of attrition.
Okay, so you are double moving in the direction, the northwestern direction.
Yep.
You're now pretty much at the center of the entanglement, and as you end your turn, you will need to roll another reflex save.
I punch the entanglement.
Saitama's it out of
Okay.
existence.
Are you a monk
You-
now?
You whack away the weeds as they begin to climb up your ankles, and you, with a 19, are able to avoid being entangled for this round. Kieran, I believe you succeeded in breaking
I did.
free. Okay,
Yeah. So
you can move.
Yeah.
It's good, yeah.
So. This is so terrible. I guess. The fog or the
Excuse me.
smoke is difficult movement anyway, so I could still get here with a double move, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. He's gonna like come stumbling past you, Aaidan, back into the smoke, and he's like, I don't know what's going on here. It's crazy.
Okay. At the after Kieran's turn,
Has our
We have-
sorcerer never seen the spell entangle before?
Well, he didn't mean he doesn't actually know. It's just there's a lot of different effects that are going on
Okay.
here, and he doesn't know
So-
where people are going. What are we doing? It's not like, oh, I have no idea what.
Don't
just
say
happened
that
out
with
there.
incredulity. We
Yeah.
just
No.
established that
Yeah.
our sorcerer knows very little about magic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's literally the most incompetent sorcerer in the entire history of Pathfinder.
The problem is,
So.
Aaidan was gonna run away with it all, but now there's the entangle in the way.
He's like, what's a spell? A spell?
It's almost like the creature cast entangle in that direction to avoid you being able to run away. Anyways, after Kieran, it is Jessup. Jessup, you are not entangled. You can take a double move.
I will double move right on out of here.
It's in vain, but Kieran will be like, do you have any way to see the invisible somehow? Like any magical tricks up your sleeve? You know, he'll just shout that out as you walk
30, and you know what? I'll go in the fog. 'Cause I wasn't getting shot.
Okay.
So I'll just get to here.
by. I think this is
so
the...
Can't.
But you can only move 30 feet total.
Deadeye lore. Does that still work here?
That's not going to affect an entangle spell.
Right.
Oh,
This is magical.
Like magical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for context, even a ranger or a druid's woodland stride would not bypass an entangle spell.
Right. Yep. Just
I
right.
don't.
Which
was
is
I here?
dumb,
You think? Or?
But it just makes woodland stride
If you
super useless. But
Do
whatever.
Control Z. Do you go back to where you were?
It's actually...
I thought you were right here
So
for 30
dumb.
feet.
Yeah. So I guess that's 30
Okay.
and half move. So I can move 60. So I can still move them right in half. Or no, it's still
No.
30.
No.
I maths.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah. Okay.
I was thinking. I don't know why I was thinking I could move more.
Poor Brandon.
Where did you
You're
start?
the one.
Where did you start?
I was shot with an arrow, and it dropped all my stats. Jason whispered me afterwards. Just to take a bunch of negative levers. You as a player.
Yeah, I
As your
whispered him
character.
and I said, actually take 10 points of all mental stat drain.
He's like, Jessup doesn't. Brandon does.
Brandon, no, everybody already knows Brandon has his mental stats as his dump stats, so that did not help.
You need
Real
to
quick,
method act.
where did you start, Jessup?
I got 30 feet was here, so that would have been
Yeah,
right.
so you can move there with your full movement.
Right.
You will have to make a reflex save at the end of your turn, but you're close.
It's so far away.
This has been up for 3
Well.
rounds now, by the way, and will dissipate after 10.
Okay.
Actually, let me. Does that make a difference? Second reflex. 5.
What round is it now, Jace?
It is now round 7.
So something fun's gonna happen soon.
No,
so.
my reflex save should have been 14. Not that it mattered because I still had it entangled on, but I still failed.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'll just put it back on.
14 will still fail. So you are entangled at that spot. Bottom of the round, we have Aaidan. Aaidan, you are... Oh, actually, you ended your turn in the entangle. Did you roll a reflex save?
I delayed,
Last round?
but if it would make a difference,
Right.
he'll just move
That's
out.
the dumb thing about that. You can't just
Yeah.
delay
Like,
your way
Oh,
around.
you're
a spell
hanging off
or-
the edge of a cliff.
Yeah, he'll just
I delay.
he'll just move out.
It's like, I'm taking poison, I delay my turn, so I don't have to save.
Well, it comes at the end of the round. At the end of the round, it would trigger still.
Actually, I think most of them say on the creature's turn, like either at the start or the end of their turn. Any effect that's at the end of your turn, if you just delay infinitely, never happens.
Just never take a turn.
Oh, is that how that works?
I don't think so, because I think if you go a full round, I think you... Well, I have to look into the initiative rules, but I don't think
It's-
even
yeah,
raw that's possible.
Well, it shouldn't be.
I don't think so.
It came up in the GCP for some effects.
Oh, did it again?
So I just thought it was funny.
Just delay
yeah.
forever. It's like, no, let's just delay. Let's just delay for like
So-
7 rounds.
Let's just say that you had delayed after a 5-foot step.
Well, yeah, he just moved.
Yeah. So are you delaying? Still delaying here?
He's gonna ask Kieran.
I don't know. What should we do? That way is blocked. Do we go the other? What do you think?
Kieran says, "Every man for himself."
Yeah, once I get my shoes out of here, again.
Okay. Top of round 8. We got the creature. Creature has cast some of the spells.
Oh wait, crap,
We're
that's
gonna-
right. Jason said it around 10 or something crazy was gonna happen.
I'll,
Something fun will happen.
I'll keep trying if you don't mind to perception the impossible. Although, just if it's
Sure.
if it's more than 32, tell me not to bother.
Without rolling, it is way more than 32.
Okay, so it's not even worth.
Like, I could take the invisibility away, and it would maybe be a chance
Right,
if
yeah.
it rolled like a super low number.
Yeah, it's not even worth it. With all the small bonuses it gets. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it is a stealthy creature. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to have it attack. So I already hit Jessup with a thing. It's going to attack Frampton.
Oh, okay.
He has to go help his
Frampton.
kid quick, he said.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You can do the attack real quick, and then I'll delete for just
never
a
mind,
quick
okay.
second. I can do. No, go ahead. I'm still here, so go ahead.
Okay, I'll roll the attack, and it might
Yeah,
miss. I've
we'll
been
see what
rolling
happens.
terribly. Okay, that did not miss. That was a natural 20.
Yep, that'll hit.
You should have left. You should have left. You should have been like, no, I really gotta take care of the kid. You're gonna have to hit Jessup.
Okay, I hit Jessup.
I gotta
Holy
run for a
crap.
second, so it's definitely gonna hit Jessup. Let's
Okay,
roll another
okay.
natural 20.
Yeah, I confirmed with a natural 20.
Oh!
No joke.
Roll another natural
what-
20.
Wait, what's it to hit? What's it to hit?
Yeah, if you confirm with a third natural 20, he
You-
instantly dies.
Yeah, you just die. You got no chance.
That's the fun thing
That's-
is, like, I'm not dealing hit point damage, I'm dealing ability damage.
Ability damage.
Yeah. But still.
But
I'm
you roll a
not-
third.
I'm
you
not
get to
actually
pull
dealing
from
ability
the,
damage with this one.
Crit deck, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Crit deck.
Roll
I'm
that.
not actually doing ability damage with
Third
this one.
natural 20. That's not actually a
So-
roll.
Whenever you're able, I'll need a fortitude save.
You got it?
Okay. 22. You are fine.
He's very
The-
fortuitous.
So nothing happened?
Yep, the downfall of not dealing damage is that it doesn't matter if you roll a natural 20.
Yeah.
0 times 0.
Increase the DC.
meant nothing to get 2 natural 20s. And then is it my turn?
Okay, with a natural 18, you're fine. I'm sorry, it was actually a will save. I called it wrong, but with a
Oh.
natural 18 on the die, you would have passed as anyway.
Okay.
So you're fine.
Okay.
And it would be your turn if you're available.
Yep, I'm still standing by my computer real quick. Seeing that everybody seems to be running back towards the glen, Frampton will kind of stop in his tracks and go, "Oi, what is happening?" And I guess he'll run back towards.
If it casts Entangle again, I quit.
Hey, you guys did that to me.
Did we?
Hey, I didn't
That'll
do
be
that.
his
Don't
turn.
put this on me.
Did we do that to you? Which
You
encounter?
cast Entangle and Sickening Entangle.
Oh no,
Whoa.
we
Right back.
don't we us into that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, you
I wasn't even here.
were one of the 2 casters.
that's true.
Yeah, so roll a reflex save and then you can.
I think that was part of the retcon episode, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, we got rid of that because you would have all killed yourselves.
Yeah, it was stupid anyway. There were a lot of miscommunications. It was like a Thursday too, if I remember.
Yeah, there were enough things going on, and it was late enough that I just didn't feel good about the entirety of the session.
Yeah,
That's why I gave the option to see if you guys also felt that way.
yeah, it was just an off night.
Okay.
A
I don't know
tool
if-
in the DM's toolkit, retcon.
I don't know if Frampton is available to do a reflex save. If not, that's fine. We can do that retroactively. We'll move on to Kieran.
You could probably roll it on his sheet, Jason.
Yeah, that's probably true. It'll probably roll like a natural 1.
Yeah,
Probably.
if you touch it.
Let's see. I'm curious if it'll go in my favor. He's got a good reflex, though. What did that give him?
26.
26.
Yeah, okay, he's fine.
I love-
figured it would be.
Not to make fun of Justin or anything, but I love that the rogue's like, "Oh, why are we not just continuing to run through the entangle?" And the sorcerer's like, "I will never get out of it if I get stuck."
Yeah,
Okay.
classic.
Next up it is Kieran.
Oh dear. Oh goodness! Do you know what is frustrating?
As a player
I
having no
almost-
options.
I almost took see invisibility, but I didn't because I was like, no, I'll
That's-
take other flavor spells for Kieran and not take those spells.
Yeah.
Glitter dust would even help. I mean, swear to God, that's you want to talk about
Yeah,
it.
no, I didn't take glitter dust because I was like, oh, floating disc is cooler.
It is.
Liberating command, you don't see those very often.
There's a
Hey,
reason.
how come you didn't float?
Actually, you see liberating command pretty often, and floating disc is a classic. You just don't see it on sorcerers as much. But liberating command you see on bards pretty often.
Goodness.
They don't want to get stuck in trouble.
This is a long shot.
Sure.
I'm going to cast...
Fucking grasp on Aaidan.
No. I'm going to cast Detect Magic
Kieran
in a 60-foot cone in this direction.
was Small
Okay.
Duty the
And
whole
just for
time.
one round, see if I can detect any magical auras.
Okay. A good thought.
Yeah, not a bad thought. Maybe it has a magical
I don't
weapon.
know exactly what the 60-foot cone would look like.
It would be basically it would spread out. Well, you could, yeah. So if you were doing a cone, it would basically be like this. If you can see that arrow going back and forth, it would be like that whole.
Okay, yeah, I could.
It'd
Oh,
be
wait, no. I didn't
almost
see it
that
just now.
whole side of the map, though. Like,
Yeah, it would be pretty much this whole area.
Okay, all right. So I'm gonna point it in that direction for now.
And I assume you're angling it up somewhat because you know the creature's flying.
Yeah. Yep. Mhm.
Okay.
Yep. And I'm
You-
trying not to get like. Obviously, I know Aidan's behind me. I'm trying not to get my allies because I know that they've got like magic stuff.
you
on
can
them.
dismiss those as part of the casting the spell. You can ignore them.
Well, I mean, she can't ignore them. Like,
Can I
she'll see
ignore-
them.
Can I?
Maybe that's too
I'll see the aura of the entangle, I'm sure, but I'm looking more for like any presence of
Yeah,
auras.
so you cast it in that area, and you're not picking up any magical entities in the air or on the ground other than that clip of the entangle spell that you
Okay.
might pick up.
Okay.
It does not appear to be in that particular cone at this very moment.
Okay. Fair enough. So that's my standard action,
Yes.
and then I will 5-foot step here. Oh
Okay.
no. We almost had a shutdown.
Ah, the cat.
The cat jumped. I got it. Don't worry. I'm still here.
After Kieran, it's back to Jessup, who is entangled. So you can break free, and
Wow.
if you're able to break free,
see
you should
about
be able
that.
to get out of there.
Break free.
Will, as immediate action, cast the breeding command on Jessup.
You cannot see him to target him.
Okay. I
The
take
smoke
that back.
is in your way.
I cannot
Not
do
entangled
that.
though.
Aaidan has ruined your class.
So I
With one
First
20
step.
gold piece alchemical item.
Don't worry.
I am-
I've done that enough on my own. I don't think anyone can ruin my class more than I have.
so
But
move
no
action did not break out. Standard action to move action. Escape artist 16 to break out, and then reflex to not be entangled with the enemy.
Yes. So next turn you'll be able to get free, no problem.
Well, we'll see.
Unless you stay in there, which is
Or
your
if
choice.
something else happens.
Yes, if something else happens.
It's never
This is round 9.
We are at the bottom of round 8.
Round 8.
We are now on Aiden's turn. As soon as his turn ends, we will begin round 9.
Okay.
What are you doing, Aiden? You've been delaying like a coward.
Well, not like a coward, just because there's nothing to do. No, alright, alright, GM, alright. What do you want me to do? Fly arrows randomly to the
So
air?
shade now.
You know what? I'm gonna target.
I want you to run out into the open
Yeah.
and stay there.
Yeah, I'm gonna target this square specifically.
Yes.
Just gonna test out what happens and fling an arrow
Yes.
that way.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Do that.
Do it.
So I don't want to determine his precise square, but can I hear that he's casting some spell. Can I try to help direct where Kieran ought to go? I'll take another perception.
You could try.
Yep, I know I can try. Nope. About what I'd expect.
I don't even have to roll.
No, don't even bother. I know.
I don't even have to add the invisibility.
I know. Okay. I know.
I think Cricket's stealth rolls are insane.
Every clever trick I've come up with, you're just like, no. I've tried everything. I'm out of.
Are they clever?
No, they're desperate. There's a difference I recognize. Man, oh man. Yeah, so yeah, it's just delay. You just gotta wait for something to change, else we all gotta move out together, Because he doesn't want to
Oh.
run off one by
Okay.
one in shadow and get killed.
Top
Three out of
round-
4 of us were running, but it's fine.
Top of round 9, this creature, you all hear a kind of sneering laughter as this creature appears in this square. And it flies kind of 10 feet off the ground, so just out of reach. It kind of flies over here and is just kind of like circling around Jessup and Frampton, just like looking down on you, sneering at you. And as soon as it gets over there, it goes invisible again. And then fires an arrow at Frampton, because it didn't work last time. That is with the invisibility, that is an 18 to hit your flat-footed AC.
Yes.
Okay. Roll me a will save.
You got it.
5.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow.
Hey, join the club, buddy.
Frampton, this arrow hits you in the back of your calf, and it's strangely not painful. But a moment passes, and your eyelids begin to waver as you collapse onto the ground asleep.
Okay.
You are now asleep, and Frampton, you're immediately struck with dreams, visions, a nightmare.
Vision.
The visions
You
of
see-
Fhaendar.
Of hornets.
You see a nightmare of trees draped in greasy black tendrils of rot as they sway around you, this viscous black rot dripping from the tree branches onto your body as you are unable to move out of the way. That is going to be the creature's turn. Frampton, it is your turn. You are asleep. You do not get an action. Moving past you, we have Kieran.
So Kieran heard the sneering laugh come from this direction.
Yep, you definitely heard it from that direction.
Okay. So
And then it moved.
He's going to move to be up here, and I still have detect magic up.
Yep. You're concentrating on it.
Yep. I would now, well, I don't know how this works with round 2, but like, do I detect auras in this cone?
If you redirect the detect magic to a different area, I don't
starts
think
over?
you get the second level. You have
That's
to
what I
focus on the
thought.
same area.
Yeah.
But if you redirect it over in that area, you do pick up a magical aura in the air. Let me just make sure the distance is correct. Yeah. So you pick up a magical aura that's about 40 feet away from you and 15 feet up in this spot.
I'll
Okay.
act and go.
Oh, is
Okay.
that his hidey hole?
So you delayed your turn, so you have to wait for her to finish completely.
She did, didn't she? Move.
Well, she still has a free action or anything else.
Oh,
that
Well,
she can do.
I'm thinking.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so you move action up there, redirect
Yeah.
the spell.
Yeah.
Oh, because she
Um,
doesn't have to cast it, technically.
Right, she's still already on.
So you already have a standard action still.
Well, no, her move action was to move, and then her standard action was to redirect
to
the
redirect.
spell.
Mm.
Two
But
separate
then-
actions still, but she still has other.
To like get rid of detect magic is technically dismissing a spell.
Well, it's concentration, so I think you can just.
Stop concentrating.
Well, even it lasts even after you stop concentrating. Because I think detect magic is concentration plus 1 minute, right? Or is it 1 minute and then concentration? It's like, let me look up detect
I
magic.
don't
here.
know.
Detect magic is concentration up to 1 minute. So yeah, if you just stop concentrating, the spell fades, I believe. I can look
Okay.
at concentration here, but
I am going to
yeah, you just lose the spell. Yeah.
yeah, if I stop concentrating, I just lose the spell.
Yep.
I'll stop concentrating then.
Okay.
Can you do that for free?
Yeah.
I
Okay.
would imagine so.
Okay. All right. I will do that then.
Okay. Now Aaidan can jump in.
And he'll just double move up with
Okay.
Kieran
I will sort you to be just after her or him,
and
How dare you?
technically.
How dare you!
That's the plot twist of Kieran.
How dare
He was a
you.
woman the whole time.
Oh!
Even better, he was a Multhuni woman the whole time.
No!
Woman!
How absurd. I
Okay.
kind
Bottom
of want that to
round.
be true now.
Bottom of round 9, it is Jessup. You are free, and you can attempt to get out of Entangle at this point.
Is that out of Entangle?
At that point, you are out of Entangle, yes.
Okay, so that was
That's
10
your-
feet.
Yeah, so that would be 20 feet because of difficult terrain, so you
Right,
still
20
have...
feet. It's a little more.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is there any way that I could do a spellcraft or something to see why Frampton's asleep, or no?
Just took a nap.
I mean, because it wasn't a spell; it was a dart. But I don't know.
Well, you
if
may
there's
not
any
even
way-
know he's sleeping. He may have just gone unconscious.
You can roll a spellcraft to determine if you think it is any sort of spell effect, but if it is not a spell effect, you would not be able to identify it with a spellcraft. What I will allow you to do, you did see the creature as it was kind of taunting and flying above you. I will allow you to roll a knowledge nature to identify it.
Okay, I'll do that.
That sounds pretty important.
So yeah, go ahead and roll a knowledge nature, tell me what you get, and I'll see if you know anything about this creature.
Ugh.
13. No.
It's a little thing.
It's some sort of fae. You don't know what type. That's it. That's all you know.
Fae. I'm worthless now. So I guess Jessup doesn't. I mean, well, I see it went down. Yeah, Jessup will kind of just something going on with Frampton. I'm not really sure. We need to get out of here. Jessup will enter the fog.
Okay. Yep. Jessup advises the others to leave Frampton behind.
Jessup pops in. Oh, that's where you've been this whole time. What are you doing?
Okay. Top of round 10. Frampton is asleep. Jessup is now in the concealment, so she's only got 2 targets. I'm gonna roll here. She hasn't affected either of you yet. So let's go ahead and roll a d2. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. There's so many different things that this person can do. Okay. Aaidan, this is going to be an arrow coming at you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all gonna be put to sleep. It's York all over again. We're in league together.
Another rubbish roll that is a 14 against flat-footed.
No.
Okay. The arrow comes sailing towards you, clinks off of your armor onto the ground harmlessly. I will move the creature a little bit. And it is now Frampton's turn. He is asleep. Kieran, it is back to you.
So you said that we don't know what's going on with Frampton, right?
You can roll a spellcraft to see if it is any sort of spell effect, but a spellcraft is not going to tell you what the effect is necessarily.
24?
Okay, so you can determine that this is some sort of supernatural ability that is affected by the creature. It's not a spell. It is not a spell-like ability. Supernatural ability, something to do with the arrows, and as you can determine, the arrows don't necessarily all have the same effect. There's been 2 distinct different effects that these arrows have dealt at this point. One was the ability damage that Jessup took. This one is causing Frampton to fall asleep. So something this creature can do affects their arrows when they target creatures, but you can't tell much more than that.
I don't know that he's sleeping is the issue.
Well, you know it's not a magic.
You can tell he's sleeping. He's on the ground. He's breathing. He wasn't hit hard enough to...
Okay, so I know that he's sleeping. That's the thing, is because I want to do something
Yeah, no,
that would
if
be
you...
metagaming if I don't
Yeah,
know he's
looking in
sleeping.
his direction, you can see that, like, when he collapsed, it was not... Like, he didn't yell out in pain. There was
Okay.
no signs of him taking damage.
Okay. Forgive me. I will 5-foot step. Am I within...
Lightning bolt.
Magic
35
missile.
feet.
Magic missile, I bet, or something. You are not.
You are 40 feet away. You could step
Okay.
into the entangle.
I will step into the entangle.
Or here, technically, one space over, not in the entangle, and 35 feet away.
Is that true?
Yes.
It would be in the entangle there.
I don't think so. Nope, that's 65 feet away from the entangle,
Yeah.
35 feet away from him. Right up on the edge.
Okay.
Because of how diagonals work.
I can live with it. I can live with it.
So I'm going to give him a jolt in the old keister.
Okay.
Does a 20 hit your touch attack or your touch AC?
Yeah.
Touch AC +4 because you're prone.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah, it'll still hit.
you take
Okay.
3 points of electricity damage.
Now you roll dex, or was that with your draconic additional?
That's with my +1 for my bloodline.
Yeah.
So I rolled a 2 on a D3, but
It seems very familiar to what I did.
The
Does-
effect here does not list any means of getting out of the sleep other than the duration.
So it must be a
But
natural sleep.
Most sleep effects allow it, so I'm going to allow it for the time being.
Good call, GM.
He's so benevolent.
So, Frampton, you feel a jolt of electricity as, in your mind, as you're still stuck in this nightmare of oozing black tendrils off of trees. One of these tendrils, one of these globs of black liquid, lands right on your face as a jolt of electricity shocks you to awakenedness. By the way, you are shaken automatically. As soon as you wake up, you are shaken for a while here.
because of the visions.
Yes. So go ahead and put the shaken condition on.
Yep.
But other than that, you will be awake for the following round.
It's also shaken by the friendly fire.
Yeah, that too.
The
Aaidan
sludge
is-
visions.
Only one person that does electricity. Only one person would dare give me the raspberry.
Aaidan, it is your turn. You see Kieran attack Frampton, clearly verifying that he is a Malthuni woman.
See.
It's canon.
You-
It's
you
totally
have-
canon.
You have no doubt in your mind that this is true.
All right, quick draw the great sword.
name is Kieran.
Stab her
Yeah.
right through the heart.
Coup de grace.
Yeah.
Clearly.
So he saw the arrow. With a -20, is it possible?
You saw the arrow, but then the creature moved. I'll give it the -20.
Oh, but it moved.
Even so, I'll give you the check with the -20. It's just, it's still an extraordinarily.
Yeah, no, I recognize all that. It just, I'm
Yep.
saying, like, after a shot, it
Yep.
puts it in. It has to be a miracle, but it becomes possible. Yeah, well,
Okay. Natural one on your perception. I'm not going to bother rolling.
yeah.
No, you lost it the moment after it fired that arrow.
All right, so in that case,
Being his ally.
I'm gonna do something that you will not allow to work, but it's what he's gonna do. He is gonna 5-foot step and ready in action to shoot the moment he sees an arrow blip into existence at that spot.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Like I said, I know you're not gonna allow it, but he's gonna try it anyway.
Jessup, it is your turn.
Um,
You are in smoke.
I am. Jessup doesn't really know what to do. Jessup will 5-foot step,
Cool.
move action, pull out the wand of Burning Hands,
Cool.
and he will cast it. Set
Okay.
direction.
You cast it off to the east.
Wait a minute, does fog cloud catch on fire? I gotta look that
No,
up.
it's
Wait,
smoke.
Set-
Right, that's what
You
I
guys
got.
don't even know it's going to. You just did fire.
Okay, no,
Yeah,
it is not
Fire
flammable.
bursts out
Yes.
in that direction. It does not appear any yells have.
Some of the smoke stuff is
I get him?
flammable, so that's why.
Cloud of natural gas, and Jessup just explodes.
Let
And
me
that's
roll a
how Brandon
fireball
brought it
spell.
back up.
Everybody
this
within a
corpse
50-foot radius takes 10d6.
explodes again, the grubs get on you, and you die.
No, I got the wand now. I'm good. I'm good. We got it.
Yeah, but you fire off a wand in that direction. You don't hear any yells, so it probably did not hit any creatures.
Oh, that stinks. At least I didn't get Frampton.
Okay. Top of the round, it is the creature's turn. So many targets.
Gotta run
Well,
out of
there's
arrows at some point.
3,
2 targets now.
2.
Well, because one of them's asleep. No, he woke up,
He
but
woke-
he's still on the ground. So.
He's staggered. Did
Um,
you say staggered or shaken?
Shaken.
Shaken.
Not stirred.
Shake.
Yeah.
Not
Staggered would be really
Beach
bad.
So I'm gonna roll a d4 again, same as before. 1, 2, Kieran. What is this? 2. So this time it is gonna be against Kieran.
Nice.
Nice.
So Kieran does a. My goodness. That misses.
Thank God. So, ready in action.
Because there's a natural one not hit.
A natural 1 does not hit. Somehow.
A ready to action goes off, and I will allow you to determine how we want to
Roll
do
an
this.
attack.
Yep. And it's just 1, so it's not going to have any penalties or anything. And I use.
It is not a hobgoblin and it is not a magical beast.
And I want
So no
it to
favorite
be
enemy.
cold iron, but he doesn't know it's a. Oh no, we did identify it was a fey, right?
You identified it as a fey, presuming that Jessup said so, which I imagine he would have.
Yeah. So I will take a cold iron. He'll have had a cold iron arrow prepped and ready to
Cool.
go.
Go ahead and fire an arrow.
And then
You fire off this arrow with an 18 to hit. Go ahead and roll a 50% miss chance.
oh, fine.
89. The arrow sails into the sky. Seemingly did not hit anything.
Yeah.
So just so you know, you made the concealment, but you did not hit the AC.
Yes. Yeah. No. You have to roll both anyway, just
Yeah.
so that I don't know what I did or didn't do.
Yeah. But you fire off in that direction. You feel like you were close, but maybe just a little bit off. It's a very small creature, hard to pinpoint, but you were close there.
hmm
That is your ready to action. So you now go directly before the creatures. So I'm just going to put you at the bottom of the round since it's at the top of the round.
I should go to the top of the round technically. I
Okay,
mean,
fine. I'll put you. All right, fine. I'll put
that's
you at the
just
top of the round.
yeah. It's just top king
Okay.
number
There,
1.
you're at the top of the round. 25 initiative.
Thank you. 25.
The creature will move, and it'll go back to Frampton. Frampton, it is your turn. I would like to propose that you are automatically entangled because you were asleep in the entangle spell.
That seems fair.
If you would like to roll a bunch of asleep reflex saves, I guess I'll allow it.
Leaf reflex save.
Hi, I'm
But-
Frampton. I'm known for my wild gesticulations. I have night terrors.
Night
and some-
terrors.
And sometimes.
Yeah, because of the dreams, the visions, because the visions were so scary, I was reflexively acting in my sleep.
I'd allow
so-
it.
No, that's
I
fine.
think you're probably entangled, but you can try to break free.
Yes.
Yeah. Can I still do escape artist?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll do that instead. Show me potato salad.
20. That is enough. So you break out of the entanglement as a move action, but you are prone, so you'll have to spend a move action just
Yep.
to stand up.
Yep. And that's what I'll do.
Nope.
That's
Now
my
roll a
turn.
reflex save, assuming you make
Yep.
this. You should be good for next round. Is that right? Oh, because you took a penalty, so you can actually hit a 10. I was going to say, I think your bonus is higher than that roll.
Yeah. No, I
Okay.
can because of my shaken condition.
So you are entangled again. However, you're now standing up.
Standing.
So,
Yeah. Fair enough.
progress.
Yeah.
So,
Jessup, it is back to you.
progress.
You can try another Burning Hands in the northeastern direction you think would be good. Just saying. Not that there's anybody there. Did you hear me, Jessup?
Writing down.
he did not. He's
Right,
up.
it is your turn.
And you also,
Sorry,
for some
thunder and
reason,
lightning.
have a birdie in your ear that says the northeast.
I'm just saying that because he doesn't know where his allies are standing.
Nope. I only cast over this way because I didn't. So,
Yeah.
sure. So I'll 5-foot step, and I'll just go down this way.
South? Okay.
Sure.
You blast it off, and you hear the screams of a corpse. But other than that,
Sounds
get
remarkably
the
like
grubstone.
the mushrooms at Mist Home.
Yes.
but other than that, you don't hear anything, so it doesn't appear to be in that
Is
direction.
everything
either.
going okay out there, guys? I'm just kind of burning stuff over here.
You burn down the forest.
It's
Okay.
so smoky in this world.
So it goes. This is wonky. So the way that the initiative went, it's now Aaidan's turn, so he goes again before the creature goes.
No.
Yeah.
Because the creature went, he had a readied action to fire. So readying an action normally puts you just before them in initiative. But the way that that played out, it's now coming back to his full round before the creature's going again.
No, I should be second in the initiative of the new round because I go right before. Oh no, you're right. Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah. I mean, the creature moved, so...
It doesn't
you'll
matter.
just
I'm
have
gonna
to
ready
again.
I'm gonna ready to
Yeah.
try to hit it anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
I mean,
Creature's turn, comes
just-
back up.
just so we all are above board here, the trigger is he sees an arrow or makes itself visible. All right, let's not be sticklers here.
Gonna fire off another arrow at Kieran. Okay, this one might actually hit. 20 against flat-footed.
Yes.
Roll a fortitude save. There's so many effects here that I have to make sure that I'm reading this right.
Mean.
Nice. 13 will fail. You take 1 point of strength, 1 point of dex damage.
But there.
Oh my gosh,
This
how do I
is-
log all this stuff?
This is just chip, and we don't have a cleric.
Remind me when turn 22 occurs.
You were asking to be reminded of turn 13.
Yes. Next round, something fun will happen.
I don't want that.
I don't think so.
Yeah. How
Aaidan, your ready to action will occur.
Yeah, how about no? Another cold iron arrow. I only have 6, so I fired 1. This will be shot number 2.
Okay. 29. Good roll. Go ahead and roll concealment. You want it to be above 50.
I really do.
Yay!
65. So you you train your bow into the air. The moment that arrow becomes visible, you kind of shift just an inch to the left where you think it came from, release the arrow, it sails, and you hear it land in something in the air up there. Go ahead and roll damage.
Whew.
Is that a sound there?
So it's only the first one.
So only 11, okay.
Yeah. The other one's a
Um,
crit, and the other one's many shot because I don't have it. It's part of the attack, so it's not fun.
Okay.
I can.
And this is giving away a little bit, but I'm going to do it anyways because I want to clarify. I think I know how this works, but I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Just because you are good aligned does not mean your weapon counts as good for damage reduction.
That is correct.
Okay.
But
You hear it land, you hear the slightest eep, but that's about all you hear from the creature as this arrow hits it.
it is cold iron. I think you have to have the holy weapon property or
Correct. Yeah.
something else.
I think if you are an outsider with the good,
Then yes, then all
you
of your
count as
attacks
it.
are good or evil accordingly.
could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's how
I'm
it works.
pretty sure. Align weapon Pathfinder. I think it's a spell that allows you to align.
I know a line weapon will do it, yeah.
Yeah, so you can't just naturally do it.
Yeah, you fire off this arrow and you get the sense that even cold iron didn't do as much as you thought.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'll let you in on it. It's cold iron and good. It's
We
not
have
an
no
or.
chance against this thing.
We really just gotta leave.
Yeah, we can't.
I mean, this thing's not doing any damage to you guys. You're fine. Anyways,
The visions.
moving on to Frampton. You are entangled, but you're standing up. So you can try to escape artist out, and if you succeed, you can begin to leave the entangle spell.
When do I go?
You're at right next.
Okay.
It
Seems
goes
weird.
Frampton, Kieran.
Okay.
Did I skip you? I don't think I skipped you.
I don't know. It just feels like it's been a while, but I guess maybe it's just long terms?
I could have. I don't know. You go right after Frampton, so I don't know
Okay,
if I skipped
no,
you last
that's
time or
fine.
not.
It's fine.
Possible. 28 escape artist. Okay, so you can do your 15-foot movement. Okay, and now roll your reflex save.
Get my character sheet to open. There it goes. Reflex.
15 exactly. So you save.
Yay.
Barely.
Barely.
So next turn you'll be able to get out if you don't get put to sleep again.
Right.
Kieran, it is your turn. I don't know if I skipped you. I might have, but it's your turn now.
I only have options. One thing I was looking at, which 100% wouldn't work, but I don't have flour or anything on me, but I do have dust of tracelessness. I was like, text says this normal seeming dust, but it says tossing a handful of this dust into the air causes a chamber of up to 100 square feet of floor space to become dusty, dirty, and cobwebby. So it's not going to work in the air.
Specifically for tracks.
Yeah. Or to make it look abandoned. He's just going to say, listen, we're not going to do anything against this. We just got to get out of here. And then he's going to, which it's difficult terrain in the Fangwood, right? So I can only move 30 feet with a double move.
Once you hit the tree line, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I go
You can go 20 feet and then another.
like that,
Yeah, that's fine.
okay. I'm
Okay,
getting
so
out of
you move. Jessup, it is your turn. You hear Kieran say to run, but you don't know necessarily which direction he's running.
Well, what round is it now?
It is round 12 still.
So Jessup's going to take
Depending on the wind, this might
15
be
feet
gone.
of movement to get out, just because you're in the general direction. Just kind of take
Okay.
a note where everybody is, and then I'm on board for that. I really can't do too much. And he will run. Say 30.
Okay. That is Jessup's turn. Top of round 13, it would be Aaidan. Yeah, we can say that this has probably gone away by now.
It depends on the wind. Technically, it has one more round, but
Yeah, I'll just get rid of the box for the time being, but it can be around for this round. I can't select because I'm on the GM layer.
So, do you think that an arrow in a person counts as being carried? I'm assuming it does.
I have heard some debate on this, but some of the arguments I've heard basically say that if you hit a creature with an arrow, the arrow stays visible.
Really?
I believe that is the argument that the Find the Path GM said. However, I don't know if that was his knowledge of the 3.5 system rather than the Pathfinder system.
Because it says objects carried, held, or worn. If something is longer than 10 feet, it is apparent. So maybe blood is dripping too if it was a successful hit. Question mark.
Yeah, just for the sake of simplicity, I will say that you'll still have to make a perception check, but I'm negating the invisibility. You might see like a single drop of blood every now and then, of green viscous blood.
Okay.
At least giving you a general sense of where it is.
But you'll still require a perception check.
Yes, but it won't be. I won't give it the super bonus.
Okay.
Unless you think that it would make more sense for the arrow to be visible.
Jason.
I don't think it. I think it's vague, but unless Sarah is about to say something.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking under game mastering. Invisibility is a special ability,
Yeah.
Okay.
and the one line that I think is what the Find the Path GM referenced is, if an invisible character picks up a visible object, the object remains visible. An invisible creature can pick up a small visible item and hide it on his person, tucked away in a pocket or behind a cloak, and render it effectively
That is
invisible.
different than the
So
spell
only-
invisibility, which I just read.
Well, I don't. Well, yeah, it might be different than the spell invisibility.
It is, yeah, because I didn't want to.
Well, I got here by starting at the spell invisibility. I went to the condition invisibility, and then I went to the see
so-
the invisibility special ability.
The invisibility spell says items picked up disappear if tucked into clothing or pouches.
Yes.
An arrow, I don't think would qualify as that.
Right. But if you...
So,
Yeah, so we can see it.
yeah. So I would say you can see where the creature is. It's still obviously the mischance, but
Right.
you can at least make attacks against it.
Which is amazing.
Just make sure if this thing is fast.
Well, you're never gonna convince Aaidan to run away now.
Yeah.
What you doing?
Well, and you still won't allow Tyrannosaurus hopeful, I imagine, right? I'm debating a full attack or a move attack.
No, I mean Tyrannosaurus hopeful just doesn't make sense.
Sure. So if I've identified the square, I might as well make a full attack then with my remaining.
Yeah, you can make a
4.
full attack. 50% mischance on every attack,
On
but
every
you can do a full.
Yeah, on every single one, standard penalties apply, and it's my last 4 cold iron arrows, so it'll also help us
Okay.
save time a little bit.
Okay. Go ahead and make all of your attacks. See if any of them strike true. Okay, we have a 19, a 13. Rapid shot is a tentative crit with a 24 to confirm. Go ahead and give me your 3 separate displacement rolls.
Yep.
We'll just go down the line. So,
Yep.
actually, I mean, you know the 13's not going to hit, so you can just roll the 2.
Roll the 2.
Yeah. So first one is against the 19. Second one is going to be the critical potential.
Hits.
Okay, so the 19 would hit, and the critical would miss.
But it's
You should have rolled
but
the
it's
D20 or D100 like I showed you.
but it's many shot, so both of those will go through.
Yes, but DR applies separately.
Yeah, I know.
So you fire off those 2 arrows, and it doesn't look like they did anything.
Oh, like it's DR
Well-
12 or 11 or something, or 10.
Yeah, it's more than DR5.
If that crit, how much would that have changed the encounter if that crit had hit? Just tell me. 'Cause
The crit, even with DR, would have done significant amounts of damage.
that's really what I needed. I can't believe that on all of
Yep.
that I missed the final
Yeah.
concealment.
That's how
You know,
concealment does
I
it.
can't believe that I would get shocking grasp and hit a touch attack only to fail on spell resistance more than
Yeah,
once.
Sarah knows how this feels.
It doesn't feel good.
It doesn't feel good.
It's now the creature's turn. This is round 13.
Take
Um,
over here too.
Do I want to do it on the creature's turn or on Jessup's turn?
I'm 5 foot stepping away.
I'll do it on Jessup's turn. We'll make his turn more interesting here.
Don't you dare cast Entangle again. I swear to God, Jason.
Okay, Aaidan, I'm gonna start firing at you.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh man, natural 20. It's not gonna do any damage. Well, the ability damage could be doubled, so we'll see. Natural 1. Okay, fine. This does hit you. I do need a fortitude save. 21, you are fine. And the creature will move, probably. You don't know.
But it's got 2 more arrows in
I
it.
was gonna say we can't see the arrows floating.
Well, it's
yeah,
got
no, that's
3
true.
arrows in it now. Yeah,
You
it's
see a couple arrows floating around,
yeah, it's no joke.
but it's. I'll just put it on the map. It's right there. You
It's-
see the arrows.
It still has 50%.
You know what? It's a cool image. I'll let you see what the image looks like. Well, some of you have actually seen it, so this is what it looks like.
Oh, gross.
Little stinker.
Wow, what a stinker, dude.
Such a stinker. Look, he's got little drippies coming off his arrowhead.
Did you
Oh,
just assume
stinker.
her gender?
Whatever.
Sorry.
I can't see him. He's invisible. I don't know.
Okay. That was the creature's turn. Frampton, it is your turn. I believe you're free, so you can just
Right.
scurry out if you want.
Getting out of here.
How high up is it?
It's 20 feet in the air at this point.
Curse you.
I'm sorry. Not really. but-
That'll be my turn.
Okay. Frampton escapes the entangle.
It casts. It tangles.
It cuts and tickle on the top right hand side of the map. It really will. It's actually going to.
Kieran, it is your turn.
Oh,
I'm double moving out off
Okay.
the map.
You start running away.
Well, I guess I could get there.
Okay. You start running away. Jessup, give me another fortitude save.
Oh yeah, that was from a while back.
It's been a minute since you were hit. Okay. Okay.
Look at that smile. Look at that smile. Stop
I
it,
know.
Jason. Stop it.
What now?
You're fine. The DC was unfortunately lower than 16.
Okay.
Don't
But it-
forget, I got hit too, Jason.
It would have been cool.
Yeah,
Would've been cool.
I'm so disappointed with that roll. Shame. Okay. On that note, Jessup will kind of look back and, all right, guys, we need to get out of here. I'm getting out of here. And then he will, with Deadeye Lore, because this should work here.
Now it does work, yes.
He goes. I guess he's gonna run. It might be. I don't know if it's off the map or not, or how thick the woods are. But he'll run to the point where he can still see them, but to the edge of his movement. So I don't know if that's literally there or if he can get further. But he just wants to make sure he can still see
Yep.
Frampton at night.
Sure, yep. Top of round 14, Aaidan. You see some floating arrows.
We should really leave.
It's up to you. I'll let you know. You have dealt at least 1 hit point of damage to this creature.
Do you want to know what I honest to God think? I think that I have dealt 3 hit points of damage. I think that's all that has been managed to bypass its DR.
It's like we always say, he'll live forever.
What are you doing?
And Aaidan hasn't. Well, Aaidan has seen it once, so he knows that.
You've seen it once, yeah.
So he knows that there's a limited duration on this.
On what?
Or in theory, I mean, the invisibility. Either he can do it at will, or it runs out and he has to start it again.
It's either a constant effect that he can or she can dismiss and resume at will, or she's been recasting it as a free action. You don't know.
Right.
I know. I'm not telling you.
I'm not telling.
You could.
I could. I might after the fight if you all survive.
I'll
As you lead it back to Misthome.
do one. So what I'll do is I'm going to ready a shot for after Frampton starts running. He'll do one shot, and then he's going to run back.
Okay.
I guess that's technically a delay till after Frampton's turn.
Cool. Okay. That will bring us back to the
It.
creature.
Yeah. Because I don't want
Oh,
him to
boy.
be the only one to take another hit here.
So many effects. Okay, I'm gonna do another attack on 1, 2, Frampton, 3, 4, Aaidan. 1 against Frampton.
I tried, buddy. I tried. I tried to take one for you.
I just love how we picked a different direction to run away.
18
Yeah.
against flat-footed.
Huh?
18 against flat-footed AC.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay,
absolutely.
roll me a fortitude save. 13, that's what I like to see. You take 1 point of strength and 1 point of dex damage.
Oh my gosh.
That is what I like to see. Let me know when round 24 occurs. That is
X is high.
the creature's turn. It's gonna fly over here, I guess. I don't know. Is now Frampton's turn.
Double move?
Yeah.
Okay. Once you hit the tree line, it becomes difficult terrain in the Fangwood, but you could get
So I
yeah, you can basically
like,
get
here
45
and then
feet. Yeah,
yeah, and then get like
yeah,
there.
that's about right.
Yep, right about there.
Okay. Aaidan, you had readied for his movement.
I had changed it to a delay because I want to shoot and then move after.
Right, okay, yep. So you could go now, anyways.
Right, that's what I mean. So it's going to be 1 attack roll.
20, you can roll displacement.
I don't think I can actually do damage to it, so it doesn't matter.
An 11 is going to miss.
And I can get to the edge of the forest.
Okay. After
And-
Aaidan, it is Kieran. You still running?
Yep.
Okay. After Kieran, it is Jessup. Are you still running?
Just looking at one thing real quick here.
It's like, actually, I turn around and try to be diplomatic.
That's where we went wrong. We didn't try talking to it.
Right?
Oh, we could have avoided this entire 3.5-hour combat.
Absolutely. I guess Jessup will delay.
Okay. Top of the round, it is the creature. The creature is going to take one last parting shot at Aaidan,
Yep.
as Aaidan has not yet been affected.
Not once.
Natural 19. So it's going to hit.
Natural 19.
I'd watch out. It's the sleep debt.
Give
Sure.
me
It's a sleep.
Sure.
I have to drag his body.
Don't metagame now, just pick one.
Yeah, we'll stick with what she's been doing. Give me another fortitude save. Okay, you're fine. And I assume you all continue to run into the forest.
Yeah.
Okay, Aaidan, as you look over your shoulder, the creature kind of calls out to you. It says, yes, run away, run away! And then just kind of goes back in this direction.
Hey, bye.
Oh man, do we hit level 7 for that or?
Right?
Yeah.
You
we
guys,
survived.
you guys run for a while into the forest. As you're running, I'm sure a minute would have passed. I believe both Kieran and Frampton have to make the second save now. Because I think both of you failed and took the dex
Oh
damage.
my gosh, guys, that's a natural 19. Just, there's no way because I have a
Okay.
+4.
So Kieran rolls a
Oh,
23,
that's fine, yes.
so
For a
you're
fort?
fine.
It's fortitude save.
Yep, a second fortitude save.
Just
And-
hits the DC, right?
Frampton rolls a 20, so he's fine.
Oh, maybe it's lower. Maybe they're all in the teens.
I think the DC was 15.
Yeah.
14,
DC
15.
was 15.
Yeah.
What was going to happen?
So, I'll peel back the curtain. You guys probably aren't going to go
Oh
back.
wait, do we want to go back?
Soon as he
Absolute.
soon as he tells us
Wanna go back?
what we gotta go back.
I don't think we're gonna go back. I do want to know as a player, how close to winnable was that even possibly? Like as far as
Yikes.
did we need a critical? Because I don't think it's possible for any of us to do damage to him proper.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'll give you some info on this thing here. We'll flavor it as once you guys get to a safe distance and start
Talking it
collecting
over.
yourselves,
Yeah.
you start talking it over and gain a little bit. So
If you want, I can roll
that
another
creature-
knowledge check because now that I
that
saw
creature. No, I'm just gonna say that creature. I'll just tell you, is a pixie. However, something was wrong with that pixie. It was, as I said, horribly disfigured, bleeding lesions, fungal growths, all this stuff. Aaidan, roll me a intelligence check. Hit a
Just-
10 or higher.
just flat intelligence.
Yeah, flat intelligence.
Hit a 10.
Oh,
Oh, exactly a 10. Okay. It's kind of fuzzy, your memory, but you remember some distinct details in a conversation you had maybe a couple months ago with Theros.
I thought that this might be related, but I don't think.
He mentioned something called the Blight.
Yeah.
And his descriptions of the Blight are eerily similar to the description that you see of this creature. It looks like it's a blighted pixie. And as you say it's a pixie and whatnot, we'll say that the bard's knowledge starts to kick in and he's maybe heard a little bit more about pixies. So I'll just give you some info about this. This creature had DR 10, cold iron, and good.
So I was right. It was 10.
Yeah. I will say, though the many shot you had didn't actually damage it, I flavored that you hit it and it got stuck in, but you didn't actually hit the AC. The creature had cast shield on itself, so it had an AC of 24.
Gotcha. That's why I didn't go through.
Yeah.
So
So AC 24. You dealt 1 point of damage to that entire encounter.
With the 11, not
yes.
even the 12.
Yes. Yep. You dealt 1 point of damage to this creature. It had an AC 24. It only had 34 hit points, so that crit would have taken it below half.
Yeah, which would have changed the circumstance a bit.
Yes. Yep.
Good.
So I'll tell you. So pixies have an ability, a defensive ability called invisibility. So a pixie remains invisible even when it attacks. This ability is constant, but the pixie can suppress or resume it as a free action.
So it was just
They
toying
are
with us.
small fey. Yeah, so good fly speed. Spell-like abilities, so of the ones that you know, it cast Dancing Lights, it cast Entangle, it cast, I'll just let you know, thinking back, Permanent Image, that illusion spell.
Yeah.
It cast Shield, which I just told you. It attempted a Lesser Confusion, didn't work. It also had Detect Thoughts, which it didn't try. And it has a constant detect all 4 of the alignments, so Chaos, Evil, Good, Law. All of those are constant.
Because they're from the first world, so they have a better understanding.
So it had resistance, cold, and electricity. It had spell resistance. It had so some of the blighted abilities that it got. It had a Thorn Throw that if it hit you, any damage that it took from that point on, you would take half of its damage. It likes a parasitic bond between the two of you. Never bothered to do it because it was never taking damage. The other thing it had, the special arrows, was just a cool thing that this particular creature had. Basically, it says Malignant Nolly, the creature's name, can generate a certain number of uses of dust that she sprinkles on her arrows as a free action. And it has 3 different effects. So she can, if you fail a Fortitude save, she can do a Fungal Infestation spell, which basically you take charisma damage, and any damage you take from that point on immediately starts a bleed effect. Never did that, never bothered doing that. The second one was a will save or fall asleep for 1 minute. The sleep is haunted by nightmares of trees draped in greasy black tendrils of rot, which is, I believe, a clear indication of the blight.
Yeah.
You have nightmares of the blight itself. When the target awakens, it is shaken for the following minute. And then the third one is immediately affected by unnatural toxins, which all blighted creatures get. They get tainted blood, which normally it's if you bite them or try to ingest them in any way, it's a Fortitude save where you take 1 strength and 1 dex. And then 1 minute later, you make another save at the same DC, and if you fail that save, you take 1d6 strength and 1d6 dex.
So this is
But
our
all of you saved against the second save, so.
first encounter directly with the
Blight.
blight. We know Theros
Yes.
was blight touched. He had mentioned as much.
I wonder if that's what the black dragon is. A blighted black dragon.
That would be bad.
It was sickly. And
So as far as general pixie nature, they're chaotic. I'm assuming. They're not inherently evil, or
General pixies, I'll have to look that up. This one was definitely.
We should have just dueled it. Clearly they're into fencing, and if we had
Yeah.
just one of us had went tiny size and offered to duel it, we
I
could have
think it had a
avoided all
bow.
this.
The only one with the bow was me, and I suck.
I think they're normally
Interesting
good, right?
The normal pixie is neutral good.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, not neutral good. I thought it was
Oh.
chaotic good.
No, neutral good.
Huh.
Yeah.
So this was
Tiny,
resistance
whimsical
blighted.
looking humanoid creatures.
Yeah, I was looking into them at one point because I wanted them to be a playable race, but they're not.
Yeah, that would be insane.
Yeah, they have too much bonuses, and it's too hard to reflavor them.
You guys encountered one in Rune Lords.
Oh, do we?
Was that Aurelian?
No,
No, Aurelium was a quasit.
Closet.
no, I don't want to preface this. Spoilers for Rise of the Rune Lords, but when you guys were going to talk to the nymph,
Yeah.
not the nymph,
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
That was
there
a
was
pixie.
that little guy
He was
who-
a pixie.
Yep.
escorted you, and he was a pixie.
Yep.
Yeah, we had learned this. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, you guys run away from this encounter for a minute or two. You kind of catch your breath after a while, and it seems that any lingering effects that you were under, you've managed to resist. as you're all kind of taking the time to look each other over to see what's been affecting you. However, you have all taken a fair amount of ability damage,
which will stay.
Yeah, so ability damage heals at a rate of 1 per day. So tomorrow morning, presumably, you'll heal up anything that wasn't multiple. So Kieran will still have, I think, 1 con damage tomorrow,
Yes.
unless it's healed with some sort of lesser restoration or restoration.
So
of
it's
some
one
sort.
across the board for the whole stat block. Just
I
not like you
believe
choose
so.
1 strength or 1 dex. It's if you have 1.
So as far as dealing with that goes, glitter dust or see invisibility, and we're fine as far as like party.
Well, I messaged Sarah and I said, see, glitter dust. My mage has that, or wizard, and it worked in our fight because it was a smaller area.
Right.
That area would have been really hard with glitter dust because I believe it's a 20-foot radius, which is
Right.
pretty big, but it was such a large radius. Plus with fly,
Right.
you,
So
Yeah.
you would need. I'm trying to think about how like a typical party would deal with it. It wouldn't
Now,
be
see-
impossible.
See, invisibility would immediately make the encounter much easier. The DR would still be an issue, but you could overcome that
Right.
with decent damages. It would just be a long fight. But again, only 34 hit points. It wouldn't be that bad.
It wouldn't be that bad.
The 24 AC is maybe a little bit tough to hit, but
The 24 is pretty high. The biggest one though, like if we had a cleric, that beginning part wouldn't really be much of an issue. We just
Yeah.
happened to really luck out that we didn't have to deal with the blood thing, Rujigis.
yeah. So I was looking over the encounter and I was like, if they don't roll well on their heal checks, someone will die in this encounter.
Right, guaranteed. Guaranteed.
did you think someone was gonna die?
I didn't know. I knew that nobody had like crazy good will save. I mean, heal checks. It mainly came down to the initial reflex. I looked at all of your stat blocks beforehand, and I was like, okay, all of them have like a 9 or higher reflex except Kieran. And I knew that Aaidan was the most likely to get in the area. It was a 10-foot area from the corpse.
And you knew because
So
it
I
looked
was
like
like-
a ranger-ish person.
Yeah, I knew he was going to go to the ranger, because it was in fact a dead ranger. You saw the body. It was an illusion, but the body was definitely there.
Right.
It was just being animated of some sort. So I knew that somebody would be in the area, but I figured the people who would be in the area probably would save. But you guys rolled low enough that, yeah, 2 of you. I knew Kieran was going to fail because he had like a 3.
That was the only
But
save I
I-
rolled low on.
Kieran,
though.
what are you good at?
Nothing.
Everything thereafter, I only lost 2 hit points that whole fight. I didn't take any ability. Like I beasted every single one of my saves and
By
checks.
beasted, you're also the one that stood in the smokestack for like 10 rounds.
Yeah.
10 rounds. It was like, I'm fine. It's
This-
okay.
Ulrich will tell the story different. It's fine.
Yes, that's
It's
true.
fine. It's fine.
Well, I'll just say, I'll put myself out there and say that I definitely made the mistake by going back in the entangle. With it going off the map, my brain wasn't envisioning like the other side, just like to continue through to go to the other side. Like I was just thinking,
Well-
oh, we have to get out of the entangle, and so I'm like going back on the map. But Frampton, Justin was right in that we should have just continued going.
Like,
And
3
not
out of 4 of
necessarily.
us were like
Yeah.
30 feet
Well,
from
to be
the
fair,
edge of the
yeah.
necessarily.
map.
So, so he made it to halfway. None of the other of you did. So you would have had to roll through the entangle for multiple rounds. Those
Yeah.
of you who went back, technically you would have been better off going the short distance to get out of entangle and then just moving around it from that point on.
yeah,
That's
Because
true.
you're risking getting entangled every time you're in it. And
Correct.
the only one of you who's
Fair.
good enough to get out is Frampton or basically anybody except Kieran. His
From my
reflex is too low to
perspective,
make that risk.
I agreed with what you said,
Anybody.
Sarah. I thought it was rich that the rogue is like, well, why don't you just walk through? Doesn't everyone have plus 15 reflex, escape artist,
And escape
and can just get out of here? That's real easy. And I was
I
like,
just envision as
how-
he's saying that, Kieran's walking, his foot gets like tangled
Yeah.
up, and he just like face plants on the ground. It's like,
Well-
oh, why can't you just walk through it?
and Aaidan knows his strengths and weaknesses. I have 20 feet. No, I'm not going to go through double difficult terrain to try to run away. That's not going to work. And-
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Almost like trying to shoot at this entirely invisible tiny creature using only your senses.
Hey,
he hit him.
I did. I hit it 3 times.
Blindfold on and be like, I've used the force.
To be fair, if I had played it a little bit better and had thought, hey, I can just ready to try to hit it, it did drop its invisibility once or twice, so it would have caught one.
Yeah, it was just being cocky.
Yeah, but it would have caught one.
It was never in danger. Let's be honest.
Probably not.
Yeah, so you guys
Fun.
maybe continue traveling for an hour or two before you feel like it's probably time to make camp.
Call it
Because
a
again, you
day.
started very early today.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm envisioning like Kieran does not feel good. Like he's down 12
Right.
total hit points plus additional hit points for like damage he took.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to envision because like I'm sure his arms like all cut up from digging this thing out, but with his spell, like does the blood just like slough off? So he's
Well, there's 9 back for you.
yeah, and you also were healed.
No,
the
I
first
didn't
time
want
as
you
well.
to. It's not worth curing.
I
that.
already rolled. I can't. I clicked it.
Can't take it back.
I used the spell slot.
Yep. Begging for you.
Hey!
That was just wasted.
Sad. Did you
Well,
really?
no, I literally like if you asked him, Kieran doesn't want to be healed. Like it's not worth it at this point because his hit points are down so far. It's better
wasn't
to
the
wait
wand.
until.
Yeah, that was just his regular casting.
Yeah, which is fine because then
I
you
haven't
just
used a ton
use
of
it up
spell slot.
anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause
I
it's-
imagine that you guys wouldn't make camp like 100 feet from that spot. So I imagine you're going for maybe another hour or two before you make camp for the night and rest.
How far did
Um,
we travel before we got to this encounter? It was like midday when we got here.
It was most of the day. So like if you guys set out at like 6, it would have been like 7 hours until you got to this encounter even.
Okay.
Because you woke up super early, so it was kind of skewed. You took a lot of time traveling, but it just happens to still be kind of the evening.
So,
But yeah, you would
go ahead.
continue traveling forward until you guys make camp, I assume, unless you're doing anything special.
No, when we make camp, I just want to roll a couple of heal checks to try to figure out who has the worst damage. So like whoever actually will be affected by the ability damage tomorrow, I want to try to give you a bonus on your save.
There's no
We're all
save
equal.
involved.
Say
It'll just be
Uh,
gone.
So yeah, so I'll read this. Unless otherwise noted, damage to your ability scores is healed at a rate of 1 per day to each ability score that has been damaged. So there's no save involved. Next
Right.
morning, everybody will be up 1 on all.
Because
their
they didn't
stats.
get diseased or poisoned.
I was thinking
Correct,
of treating
yeah.
diseases and stuff.
Some of these were disease effects, but they weren't like
Yeah.
diseases. So, yeah, you can make heal checks, get a general idea of how everybody's doing, but you would determine that come the next morning, with the exception of Kieran still being a little bit off, everybody would pretty much be good to go.
Awesome.
So, do you do the standard keep watch spell through the night?
Wants to stay up tonight.
Aaidan looks
Who
around.
did it?
And
it was Frampton and Kieran
Frampton and
last
Kieran.
time.
Yeah.
I think that it is our shift, Jessup. If you're up for
Oh,
it.
all right. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's see if you can stay awake. Let's see if you can stay awake. Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can stay awake. Yes, I can.
Okay. 67% success rate on the wand. So
No, nat 1. It's success.
you were close to a nat
Often.
1 there. You rolled a
That's
2 on the
true.
first one.
Yeah. It's not in the
Um,
red. We're good.
So you two are able to stay up the night for watch. Anything special between the two of you that you want to role play out?
Yes.
I'm proud of you for taking care of those grubs. It was a good, fine job.
Yeah.
You know, you sure know a lot about, fighting and combat and all these different things and being able to take care of yourself. You know, if the Rangers are up and running, they probably recruit you real quick. I bet.
He smiles. I hope so, Jessup. All of my success, though, I owe a lot to Oberyn. I hope that you can meet her someday. She's taught me everything I know.
And he looks over to a now sleeping Kieran.
And honestly, I feel bad. There is no tact to my words, and in the same way, I'm not skilled with healing's tools. I've just watched and learned. And he looks at his arm. If I was better, he probably wouldn't be so uncomfortable.
Oh, wait, what do you think? To be a ranger, you have to be good at everything?
That's true. We all have our parts to play.
Kind of chuckles and yeah, you certainly do.
He looks up at the stars. He's reminded of Desna and the times reviving Illica and Niari out in the plains when he could see even more.
Yeah. You see the thick, impenetrable canopy of the Fangwood, obscuring every possible star.
I'm sure we found a clearing, a little bit of a glen, just like this one.
We have PTSD with clearings.
Yeah.
Just like, he kind of looks over and sees you looking up.
Oh, alright, that's fine. Alright, I'll play with that. So instead, they're under the canopy, and he'll say that he misses the stars, and he remembers back on the plains.
I remember in Phaendar, if you walked instead of to the Fangwood, you could see out on the plains. So many stars in the sky.
Yeah, sometimes you just get so wrapped up in everything you forget to just kind of stop and smell the roses, you know what I mean? You're just so tied up in everything, just like this. I mean, gosh, I just found out that I had a nephew who was alive and well just the other day. It's kind of funny when you think about it. I mean, we haven't really had a chance to talk to each other too much, get to really know each other. God, I hadn't even relished in any of your stories about your dad.
Do you have a good one?
Yeah, he was stubborn, a lot like you.
I can see that. Mother used to complain too.
Yeah, I always try to be the rational ones, just, try to talk my way out of battles. No real talking with that lad, there sure wasn't.
So were you born in Nirmathos too then?
I was. I'm, a little older than your father would be. We kind of drifted apart, kind of did our own things, and Father Nolan, he, I tried to step in his shoes, be a cleric, and it didn't really quite work out. I mean, some of it kind of carried on, that's why I keep a healer's kit and stuff. I'm not very good at it, trust me, but, I try my best to heal those who I can, but I'm more of a man of many words. At least I try to be. So that's kind of the path I chose.
We share that too. If my grandfather had my way, I would also be a cleric.
Yeah, he was pretty staunch. It was kind of Father Nolan's way or no way, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I kind of sad I didn't really stay much in contact with them or even kind of your dad. Kind of grew apart, did our own things, had our own families, and I kind of drifted away. And, part of me, I would be lying if I say I don't regret not spending more time or staying in contact like I did. But, can't cry over spilled milk,
To be fair, Jessup, there wasn't much to say. Father wasn't around. He was always off fighting the war. I only have a few memories of him even being home. Most of my childhood, I remember being with my sister and my mother.
You know what? You should cherish those memories. Keep them with you. Might be corny to say, but as long as you remember them, they will be with you.
I
Just
know
kinda-
that.
Kind of like my wife. She's not here anymore, but she's with me in spirit wherever I go. Yeah.
I don't know what the afterlife looks like, but you won't believe me. I've met a ghost. A friend of mine met a friend of hers from beyond the grave. So that gave me a lot of hope and peace. That maybe I could see them again. I don't know. I don't hold on to it too tightly, but
good to have hope and dreams. You know, I understand you went through a lot, you know, and I know at first I was just trying, you know, it's hard because, you know, you're young and I'm old and I've seen a lot, but I mean, for someone of your age, you've definitely seen a lot, and I know that you have a lot of pride, you want to be a ranger and everything, but don't forget the, you know, the small things. You know, you still got a long life to live, so I just would hate to see you do anything too rash. I appreciate the amount of time you have covered my hiney, though. I will admit that, but, you know, I don't want you to go out and die, especially before me.
Well, rest assured, Jessup, a lesson that I have learned repeatedly lately is that despite what I've seen, I do not know everything. There is a lot in this world, even in the Fangwood, that I do not know.
Well, trust me. Some of my knowledge rolls, you'd think that I would know more than you, but just don't roll the dice that way, you know what I mean?
What was the name of the game?
20 bone.
20 bone.
40 bone.
We played 20 bone with trolls. That was stupid.
I don't like trolls.
No.
And he kind of looks over and sees if Kieran and Frampton are asleep. Are they asleep?
Yeah.
That
All
was
right, don't tell anybody. Don't be grossed out. He'll kind of stand up, turn around, and kind of show one of his butt cheeks. And there's just like big bite marks. And he goes, "This is why I hate trolls." Some of my favorite stories that some of my friends had when we were younger is coming in the forest and came upon a group of trolls, and I was kind of the spry one of the group, and they just told me to charge in there, use some of my little, you know, oratory skills, and see if I can try to talk my way out of it. They would kind of have my behind. Well, the trolls had my behind, and my friends were just sitting in the back, all him laughing while I'm getting chunks out of my hiney. That's why I hate trolls.
That is a reasonable reason. And given our encounter, I'm surprised you survived. Is that a real story, Jessup? I knew a bard, Ulrich.
I don't know, is it?
That sounds like a sense motive.
That sounds like sense motive.
I knew a bard named Ulrich. Some of his stories are true. That's true. But he would embellish. Is that the right word? He would make it more than it was.
Everybody does that a little bit with stories.
Also, Jessup, I don't think you can use Perform Oratory for bluff.
Yeah, beat that.
Yes.
He was diplomacying him.
Okay, you're still good.
Woo!
I
so,
I was trying to talk my way out of bluffing.
Yeah, so Aaidan believes it.
You feel like it's possible he might be exaggerating a couple details.
But they might have fought. I think the way I see
it might
it,
not have been a pack of trolls, but
it could have been a troll.
Sounds like he got bit by a troll.
Yeah.
Chunk
He's
out
got
of
a
his
chunk
butt.
out, yeah.
They could
He's
have been
got-
little trolls.
He's got evidence to
Yeah,
back
that's
it
a
up.
baby troll.
I believe two details of this story are true. A troll bit him.
Just to say, the story might be an exaggeration, but if you look at my bio, dislikes, one of them is trolls. That's all I'm gonna say.
Here's the thing. I just want to point out, if the lie is far-fetched, you take a -10 penalty. But if you possess convincing proof, you can get up to a +10. So if I give him a +1 circumstance for the bite mark, he still beats you even with a far-fetched lie.
Oh, shoot. That's so funny.
That woman looked like a troll. Hey,
But they go on like that, I'm sure, swapping a few stories. Aaidan's got tales. Oh, so, okay. Aaidan, off screen, will tell the tale of the spider. To just
we'll have to hear that. I'll have to hear that
yeah,
story later.
I'll tell you. Yeah, I'll tell
The
you.
one that was alluded to by Theros so long ago and then never explained.
Never ever
I
actually
can tell
found
you.
out what was
I can
going
tell you about a story about the a friend that I had and a swarm of wasps. May have only been one wasp, but it was like a swarm to him.
Yeah, we
It
can
was
say
on his desk, and he was concerned.
Oh yeah, it just came out of nowhere. It had like minor
Frampton,
invisibility.
Frampton just mumbles, deadly.
Blighted wasps.
Handled like a true hero. The visions.
He
yes.
ended up naming it Nebuchadnezzar.
Yeah.
Nebuchadnezzar.
So you all know
Yeah.
the story
of wasp
of
story.
how Aaidan and Theros met. I had mistaked Volus, his animal companion, for my quarry at the time. This was the second encounter with the spider story, so I will send that to you, Brandon.
Okay.
Yeah, you continue to swap stories through the night, and time flies, and eventually dawn comes. You're starting to get a little bit back into the regular night cycle at this point, a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
All of you heal 1 point of ability damage for everything. That puts Kieran at just 1 con damage, and I think that's it. I think for the most part, everybody's okay.
Question
If
on that.
you
Jason.
yes.
So I would, my total
Yep.
hit
As
points
soon as
would
the
go back
con,
up.
as soon as the con heals, you gain back some of that. So you're still down 1.
Do I heal my regular hit
Yes.
points after that happens?
Yeah. Yeah. So you gain 6 immediately, and then you heal your night's rest.
Okay.
So you're
Alright.
probably all at full. You didn't take much hit point damage. The morning comes, and I assume you guys continue your journey to Fort Trevally.
Yes.
I guess
Okay.
what do we got? Is everybody good on? Feel no good? Ready to
How-
go? Then we need a little, pick me up.
How did things go last night? Did you see anything?
Well, I don't know if we wanted to roll perception checks at all or anything, but
You didn't encounter anything. You guys were on pretty high alert, trying to see if that pixie would follow you, and it didn't seem like it. You didn't see any lights or anything, so seems like it stayed where it was. It infected you, and I guess was just content with that.
I don't know. As far as we know, it was pretty uneventful, wouldn't you say there? Get a
No,
nudges, Aaidan.
I'm sorry, what? I was picking my spells for the day.
said it was pretty uneventful, wouldn't you say? And he kind of just nudges you playfully.
He laughs and nothing of import. How are you feeling? To Kieran and Frampton.
I'm feeling better, which leads me into my thanks to you, Aaidan, and you, Jessup. I don't know what would have happened there. Nothing that I was doing seemed to be effective, and if you two hadn't been there, I don't want to know what would have happened, but it probably wouldn't have ended well for me, so
Yeah, I think you would have just straight up died.
probably.
Yep.
I
you
don't know about all of that.
I don't know.
I don't really like to think about it. I knew that was a possibility when I left home, but I still feel like I've got things to do and things to see and to accomplish, and I don't want to meet my death out here.
Well, I think it just kind of puts some stuff in perspective that, anything can happen at a moment's notice. One bad roll of the die, you know what I mean?
That's what it feels like sometimes. It feels like sometimes this 20-sided die is just holding your life.
Oh,
in
yeah,
its hand.
speaking of, just kind of random roll of the die, I think we have some magical items that we don't want to discover yet. You know what I mean?
Kieran
Oh,
looks
maybe.
weary. He's like, I don't know if it's going to do any good, but we can certainly try.
I have faith in you today. Jessup also will not be using any of his bardic performances for this.
And I'm sorry. Jason just says Frampton's doing the worm in the
I was gonna say,
background on his
Frampton's-
bedroll.
Yeah, Frampton's like, I feel tip top. I don't know what Kieran's going on about.
Go spry.
I basically had the only maybe one more turn of the die, if you will, and I was going to kill that little pixie.
Oh man, the mental images with Frampton are gold.
Yes, he says that while he's doing the worm.
While he's doing the
Good roll.
worm.
Straight face.
Yeah, just straight face doing the worm.
Frampton, you're quite spry. I don't even think I could do that.
That doesn't surprise me.
Okay, so if you guys wanted to do another spellcraft, you can. What, Jessup, would you be doing the same? I think it was we calculated 1 round per item. Do you want to do that, or only on some? Or
What were the? Yeah, I might do it on the sum. What were?
you've
what-
got
everything we
a
haven't-
you've got a ring, you've got a pot of some substance, a wand, the arrows, and a rod.
I'll probably do it on everything but the arrows.
Okay,
So
Well, no, because that means I'd have to use 9, right?
you'd have to use 4 rounds. It's 1 round per item, I think we calculated.
it was 3 rounds per item.
Oh
Right,
no,
we
it's
can't
two,
do
it's
it,
2
right,
rounds per
'cause I
item
don't have a
until
move
next
action.
level.
2 rounds.
Right.
Yeah. So each
Um,
item would be 2 rounds.
Where did we get the wand? That was from the female troll, right?
Yes, she had 1 wand you failed to identify.
I'll do it on the meta magic. Well, I'm sorry. I'll do it on the rod.
Whoa,
what
whoa,
it
whoa,
is.
whoa!
I'm just saying. I don't know.
I told you
But
that
I'll
in
do-
confidence.
I'll do that. I would on the wand, but my feeling is it wouldn't be a heal wand. It would kind of be redundant on a fast healing creature, and 2, the other wands are just low level, 1 spell kind of bleh. So
Okay.
I doubt it's anything super. So I'll do 4 aids. Well, no, because you said I could take 10 on those, right? Or no?
Yeah, I'll allow you have detect magic, so I'll allow you to take 10 to aid.
Okay,
so you can
I'll aid-
automatically give your aid and competence bonus. Just tell
So
me what
s-
items you're doing that.
Yep, so I'm going to aid on all of them, and then I'm going to add the competence bonus of +2 solely on the rod. And
Okay.
I will remove 2 rounds
2
of bardic
rounds.
performance.
Okay.
Correct.
So Kieran, what do you get taking 10 with the aid that he gives you?
Okay, so did we decide that Aaidan can't even try to aid because he doesn't have detect magic?
Correct.
Yeah, looking it up more, it looks like you, like in the entry for spellcraft, it says using detect magic.
Right. You
So-
need identify, detect magic. Technically though, an appraise. I learned. You
Not
could-
for the magical qualities of an item, though.
But if an item is magical or not, you can determine with appraise. You cannot determine its qualities.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so with only 1 aid and so with 1 aid it's a 21.
Okay.
With the inspire competence it's 23.
Okay, so what I'll tell you is, if you just take 10, I'll allow you to automatically identify the wand. You are going to have to roll for everything else because everything else is higher than that.
Kieran, I believe in you.
Here's a question that I'll pose to the group. If nobody knows the answer immediately, and I doubt anybody will, I'll just, we can go past it and look it up later. If you have an item, let's say a +1 flaming longsword, is the caster level like DC 23 because you're adding the caster level of the flaming to the caster level of the +1 enhancement? Or do you make 2 separate rolls to identify each individual enhancement?
I don't
Or
know
lower
how it
DC?
is raw, but I like the idea that you can learn, like, it's a +1 and some other magical effect I can't determine. You know what I mean?
Okay. So in that case, I would rule that taking 10, you can identify one of the properties of the arrows. But you would have already known it. You know they're +1.
Oh, I thought we already knew they were Dragonbane.
No, that they would never.
You don't
I'm
know
joking.
what you
I'm
don't know what
joking.
effect. they do.
Oh, he's joking.
I'm joking.
He's joking.
It's jokes.
So I'll say you know that the wand is a wand of stinking cloud with I believe it was I'm gonna have to look this up, but I think it was 14 charges left.
That's
Let me just
nasty.
double check that real quick.
Nice.
I'm pretty sure that's right.
That could have been helpful.
Wand of stinking cloud, 14 charges. Yes.
That is
Okay.
the one I would not want to cast Burning Hands in.
Yeah.
Right?
Um,
It's like putting a fart on fire.
I was gonna say explosive fart.
And you will identify that the arrows are +1 and then some other effect is on them. So you'll
Okay.
have to roll for the ring, the pot of something, the other effect on the arrows, and the rod. On the rod, you get the competence bonus from the rounds.
Oh, I forgot about the ring.
You could do that as
So
well.
there's 10 arrows.
Yeah, can I do 2 on the ring as
Okay.
well?
So mark
I'll
off a total of 4 rounds.
We have 4 performance, so it's
Yeah.
2 on the ring, so 4 on the ring and 4 on the rod, 2
Yeah.
on everything else.
So Kieran, it'll be a +13 for the ring and the rod, a +11 for the pot and the arrows.
Okay. Oh,
And you're gonna
I
have to
will-
roll because taking 10 is not gonna be enough.
Okay. So for the pot and arrows, you said was plus.
Plus
Two.
11.
Right.
Well, yeah, because he's just normally
Right.
aiding you.
Okay,
Yeah.
so this is for the pot.
Okay.
16 for the rod. I'm not
For
going to
the-
get frustrated this
for the
week.
rod.
I'm not. Or no, the ones that were +2, whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
The arrows in the pot.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You're
So
not
I'm-
able to identify
I'm
either of those.
not gonna get mad. So the next one's not gonna get mad. I'm not gonna get mad. I'm gonna stay
man.
positive.
16, 17, 14, 18. None of
Highest
those
was a 6 on
will
4
work.
rolls. That is almost statistically. Sarah,
I'm just gonna jump
you
off a cliff
are
and bring
the-
in my backup character because
Sarah, I
this
love
is
you,
like
but you are the most
freaking
worthless
ridiculous.
sorcerer.
It's seriously
That's-
true. Everything I've tried to do has been a failure.
I would
I'm just
like
kidding.
to point out in her defense, sorcerers are not intelligent casters, so they don't get a huge number of
Touche,
skill ranks,
touche.
nor do they get a huge bonus to spellcraft.
Yeah,
Right.
let me just say my base for spellcraft is 0. It's only because I've put 6 ranks in that I even can
Yeah.
like
So
have a
it's-
chance.
It's not hard to believe that a sorcerer would be less adept at identifying items than
Right.
a wizard
Yeah,
would.
Jessup wouldn't be any better. Just
Yeah, but like I
curious
mean,
more.
if you have a +13,
Yeah, none of those would have.
like I
worked
rolled
Yeah.
single digits. It's like
I
okay,
think
hold on.
that's the thing. Is it's just funny that it's just single digits.
Hold on. For science, I want to roll 4 more. So
Well,
here's where the
you might have
+2.
another chance.
Okay, hold on, and then
Okay, you can waste them. now if you
another
want.
natural 1. Are
can
you
waste
kidding
them on-
me?
Okay, 2 of those might have succeeded if you.
I
had kept
wasn't.
them.
I wasn't. I don't know what you're. Those were just for science.
Yeah, I was saying you might have another day before you get to Travalia to do it again.
Maybe.
So, yeah. So you guys wake up. You get a little bit further on your identifications, but not a whole lot. You spend that day, I assume, continuing towards Fort Travale. You get the from the map and the directions. You think that you might not reach it today, but by the end of today, you'll be close.
Real quick.
Yeah.
That won't add any additional insight to what we already learned about the creature or the blight, right? That's a spell I can cast.
That spell is a perfect in-world explanation for all the information I gave you.
So I will expend it.
Okay. So what is that spell?
It's called Know the Enemy.
Okay.
Um,
Is that an Erastil spell or is that just a free spell?
it's a free spell.
Okay.
Yep. I also
So yeah, you cast Know the Enemy, and you get a wealth of information about that pixie. Some of it rather disturbing information.
Yeah. Disturbing?
Yeah, because about the blight.
Oh yeah. Right. But we learn of it, through some
Yeah,
supernatural denizen.
You are now able to identify, Pixie, all these abilities that it had. You realize how difficult the fight could have been. Yeah.
And we would learn of the blight. I have another weird spell that I would like to cast when Aaidan thinks that we're close to Fort Chevale. I would like to cast
So okay.
Speak with Animals with a bird when we get there.
Okay. So you continue moving through the forest in the direction of Fort Chevale. And again, you travel the full 8 hours of today. And you get to where you would make camp again. And Aaidan, you cast that spell and you commune with some of the birds in the area. And you ask a couple questions. What specific questions do you ask?
I'm
Just
not
out of
gonna.
curiosity.
Yeah, I'm not gonna roleplay it all out, and we can handle it between sessions if you want. But basically, he wants to suss out if any of them know the fort. I mean, they would know of the Rangers. It just mentions like major monuments in the Commune with Birds spell, which I'm emulating with this. So I think a castle might work. He's trying to suss out like, are there still Rangers there? Is the blight there? Because he's just learned what the blight is. Is there hobgoblins? Like, he's trying to just scout without having to do it himself.
Yeah, I'll say, so again, this is just animal intelligence here, but if you were to ask, like, is there a fort nearby, some of the birds would be able to kind of affirm that they have seen a structure, a clearly non-natural structure, in the relatively close area. You think you could probably get there within an hour or two tomorrow morning. If you were to ask about the blight, they don't seem to have any recognition of the blight. If you were to ask about if there are hobgoblins or rangers at the fort, they wouldn't be able to tell one way or the other. But they could confirm that there are hooded figures
And humanoid.
at the fort. Humanoid, yes. But again, they wouldn't be able to tell you what a human or a hobgoblin is.
Right. They're birds.
Yeah.
But
But
not
you get that level of information.
Yeah, not trolls, hopefully, not dragons, that kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Well, they would tell you that they have seen a large creature that you would infer to be a dragon flying around the area. Yes.
Oh, boy. Ominous. And it's all, like I said, it's not in words, it's
Yeah.
sounds, so he just keeps doing that.
Yeah. So as you guys are setting up camp, Aaidan is over there gaining information from the birds. And by the time camp is mostly set up, he's finished his conversation and gleaned that information. So again, you think you could probably get there tomorrow morning within an hour or two with that aided direction.
There is a dragon. That's terrifying. We turn around and go home.
We knew about
Okay.
that at Forest.
Yeah. Yeah, but we didn't know
So-
that it was flying around actively. You know, we kind of could just ignore it for a little bit, you know.
Yeah, so you guys...
Just pretend it's not there, then you're okay.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Just
You
believe
guys,
the reality.
Just believe the dragon.
Channel my inner Aluna. There's a Luna in all of
guys-
us.
make camp, and I assume the other two take watch this time.
Yeah.
Kind of trade out.
Do Kieran and
Guys wanna
Frampton
keep
have
doing
any
that, or-
fun RP moments they want to share?
I have 43 charges on the wand, so I'm still doing pretty good if we want to do 2 people per rest.
Yeah, technically we
Do
can
you
do
want to keep
just
doing,
one.
or
Frampton offers to teach Kieran dance moves.
Whoops.
all right?
During the
Well, I
entire
know Kieran does not want to keep watch then. So, do you both want to stay up, or just one of you this time?
Frampton will stay
You want to
up.
like
Fine.
keep expending your charges.
Yeah, just Frampton, which should be fine.
Okay, well, you'll
See.
have to take shifts if... Oh, you mean just Frampton with Keep Watch? Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
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 Just double our spell use.
Yep.
Got
33% success rate that time, but he did eventually get it. Another 2 in the 3s.
I just point out that like my spellcraft has similar bonus to his use magic device. He can always get it on the second roll.
Well, to be
Oh,
fair,
that was third. That was third.
Oh, okay. All right. That's fair.
Yeah.
But
So you keep watch Frampton alone. Is there anything you want to do while you're up alone, or you just kind of keep and watch?
Dance.
Nope.
interpretive
Yeah,
dance.
just work on my dance moves.
Halfway through the night, Aaidan, you kind of stir, and you see Frampton doing a moonwalk.
Backlit by the moon.
Yeah.
it's actually kind of stylish. Like, wow. Ooh.
Yeah, he's not bad.
Yeah.
And the morning comes. At this point, Kieran, your final con is gone, so you're back to tip
Huzzah!
top.
Frampton, the Galorian
Ambition.
Michael Jackson, they sometimes call him.
Yep.
In the morning, Kieran does that thing where like if you're laying down and you like propel yourself up into standing. He does
Jessup
that.
wakes up to find
a
one
kip
of
up,
the
you mean?
windows.
Like a kip
And
up?
Frampton thinks that he's trying to do the worm. And he's like, no, you gotta flip over on the other side. On your
I just-
belly, not on your back.
Good old
Kip
morning.
up, that's what it's called.
Kip
Yeah,
up.
kip up.
Yeah.
So in the morning, we can quickly go through your spellcraft one more time. Brandon,
Alrighty.
do you want to do the same 4 rounds, or are you doing it?
Sarah, do you want me to?
That's up to you. I don't want you to waste your bardic stuff. I'm gonna roll like garbage anyway, so I don't know if it's worth.
I feel like this is the time though when I decide not to that you're gonna roll
Yeah.
maybe 1 or
Right?
2 off.
Just yeah. Right.
We'll just gamble it. I'm gonna spend the 4 to do on the ring and the rod, and then just 2 on the other ones.
Okay.
So 2, 2, 4.
Alrighty.
Ring and the rod get the extra bonus.
Here goes.
I know I say it every day,
What
but
are you
Kieran,
doing?
I believe in you.
I'm
What are you
doing
doing at first?
the +2 bonus first. So the arrows and the
Pot's there.
pot.
Okay, first roll on the arrows.
22.
Okay. And these do not get the extra bonus from Bardic.
Nope.
Okay, you
Huh?
are unable to identify it.
Oh.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure we got a pretty high roll and we still didn't identify that
I will
pod.
let you know.
There's
I
that
will let you know
single
the-
digit.
The bardic performance would have identified the arrows that time. You were within 2.
Guys, we can't go to Fort Travale until we
know
do
what these
this.
arrows are.
Everybody in Mist Hope
I mean-
dies, but we will find out what these arrows do.
That's up to you. You can camp out here as long as you want, technically.
Alright.
The 17 also fails.
Yeah. Here's the higher bonus ones.
Which one's first?
24.
Yeah.
The
ring.
That's
Okay.
first on my list.
So the ring is first. This is with all the bonuses included?
Yes.
Not enough.
Man.
27
Yes,
on
come
the
on.
rod.
Not enough.
I was gonna say
Oh my
I hit
gosh.
something high like that before and it didn't.
You would know that rods have insane caster levels.
It's
all
a
of
meta
these items
magic
that
rod.
you have,
Jason,
all of
we
you-
know that. It's fine. You can just give it to us.
all of these items you have are extraordinarily high caster levels. So
Kieran, we don't know for a fact it's a Metamagic Rod. It is the same size, the exact same weight as a Metamagic Rod, but we don't know that yet.
all rods are the same weight.
I know, it's exactly 5 pounds.
So again, morning comes, you go through your identifications, and you're not able to make progress again. You know these items are hard to identify. They are not easy checks. You guys, I assume, make your way to Fort Travale now. You're within the 1 or 2 hour range.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't want to.
You
I don't want to.
continue through the forest. What's your marching order? Just out of curiosity, asking for a friend.
It's not important. We'll hand wave it.
Are we at the place?
I'd like to delay.
I'm just asking what your marching order is as you
So
go to
probably the stealthies up front, and then us two
Yeah.
back like normal.
Yeah, probably.
the place. So the two of you that would be scouting ahead a little bit,
Sure.
you're kind of making your way forward. You get to the point where you can start to see a structure through the tree line. 30 feet through the trees. It's hard to see with how dense it is, but you get a little bit closer. A little bit closer. Roll me a stealth and perception check. Assuming that Frampton and Aaidan would both be up there together.
Yeah, and
You
I
can-
still
You
get
can tell me otherwise.
Nope. Tell me when forest doesn't work.
Yeah, you're still in forest for now. You're good.
Whew, that's a very bad stealth. An okay-ish perception, but
You got a 20 stealth and then a 26 perception for Frampton, 14 stealth and 21 perception for Aaidan.
4
both of
higher
you-
if it's hobgoblins for perception and stealth.
For both of those, it
I think so.
works on stealth too.
Let me check.
Interesting.
I could be wrong. No,
Yeah,
not stealth.
I'll continue.
Not
Okay.
stealth. Just perception and survival.
You
is the other
guys-
weird one.
You guys move forward a little bit closer. You stay 10 feet back in the forest to maintain some level of cover, which would aid your stealth checks, of course, and for a slight penalty on your perception. But Frampton, you rolled high enough, and Aaidan, you rolled fairly high as well. You're looking and you see a fort, presumably Fort Travale. You also see right away 2 figures standing on the near side of a gorge with a wooden bridge between it that would lead into the fort. They're standing on the side that you're on, and you're looking at them. They're hooded figures, and both of you kind of look to each other, kind of hesitant, not sure. Like, are these rangers or are they something else? Aaidan, you're kind of peering closer at them, and you notice a detail on the face of one of them that makes your stomach fall. This pit begins to form. You see the faint sign of little tusks, indicative of hobgoblin, and the pale purple skin of a hobgoblin. And you know these are not rangers. And that's where we'll pick it up next time.
Let's be honest,
Are any
would
of
we
us
be just-
surprised?
I was gonna say, is any one of us surprised that the Rangers aren't all dead? Like, I'm like, I want to be a Ranger. Boy, there are no Rangers left. They're all dead. All of them are dead.
He'll get to become a ranger when he starts
Yeah.
the rangers from
when
the
you
ground
start,
up.
yeah, exactly. When you restart that organization,
It'll be
I
like
hereby declare I am now a ranger.
it'll be like the
You're
black.
not
It'll be
playing.
like the black arrows. Start from the ground up again.
I'll
Yep.
reveal the whole map. Here.
So no, obviously
Oh,
the intellectual part of me knew that there's
Oh, JK, yeah.
that I still thought there was about like I would say 60% chance nothing good, 40% chance we're running into rangers. I was holding out into hope. However, I have done my best to channel Aaidan's emotions in that moment, and I felt the pit in my stomach and the disappointment. And it hurt.
Well,
yeah,
They said the Rangers recruit all shaped, sizes, everything.
Not
You could have
hobgoblins.
hobgoblin how do you know? They're not evil inherently.
They're as close to it as you get.
La Fort.
Oh no! Oh no! This
That's
is
canon now.
El Fort Travale. You were looking for Fort Travale. That's on the other side of the
Really,
mountain.
The rangers are at
Yeah.
Fort Travale. This is the hobgoblin fort. Le
Yeah.
Fort Travale.
La Fort Travel.
La Fort
Everybody
Travale.
knows that hobgoblins are French. Everyone knows
That's
that.
canon.
It's canon. They're clearly French.
Yeah.
I put
Otherwise,
that map in your notes here now.
everyone who tuned in today or is listening to us later on Spotify, iTunes, anywhere else you find podcasts, thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed today's session. I know I did. And hopefully we'll see you next week if you're on the live stream. That's awesome.